Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We will call this meeting to order as soon as we have a mayor or a deputy mayor. We are required by the city charter to have one of those two city officers to have a city council meeting. Good evening. This meeting of your Pontiac City Council is hereby called to order at 6:03 p.m. We give the floor to Councilman William Parker, Jr. to introduce this evening's invocation.
Thank you, President McGinnis. I'm honored this afternoon to have Minister Veronica Taylor to come and do our invocation this afternoon.
You'll want to turn the microphone on the right-hand side.
First, honor God, who's the head of my life. Would you all bow your heads and honor me in prayer as we pray to the Lord for this country? Father God, as I come humble as I know how, I'm asking you to continue to take care of not just Pontiac. I'm asking you to take care of your world. Because, see, we know you are in control of our lives. We are not even in control of what we do every day in our lives. And I'm asking you to have favor over this world, Lord, because right now we live in perilous times. And I'm asking you, God, to continue to be our Father and let us understand that you are carrying us into what you want us to do, not what we want to do, but what you want done. And give favor over the city of Pontiac because they need it, even the young children, even the ministers, even everybody in the city of Pontiac. Amen.
Thank you. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for a moment of silence as we remember those that our community has lost since we last gathered. We specifically raise up the name of Larry Lee, the husband of Bishop Teresa Lee of New Birth International Church, a resident of Pontiac's East Side in District 7. We extend our condolences to Bishop Lee and the entire Lee family and the entire New Birth congregation. Please join us for a moment of silence. Thank you. You may be seated. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Carrington.
Present.
Goodman. James.
Here.
McGinnis.
Present.
Nicholson.
Here.
Parker.
Here.
Rutherford.
Present.
Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Quorum being established, and we do expect Councilman Goodman to be joining us shortly, so we will not vote to excuse him. Is there a motion to approve this evening's agenda?
So moved.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilman Nicholson, so that is now before us, the consideration of the agenda. Councilman Goodman shared with me that he has an amendment he would like us to consider. He has a resolution in support of maintaining Saturday service for Smart Route 796 serving Perry-Opdyke. Is there a motion to amend the agenda to add it as we'll say the new number 14, and then all numbers from there to follow below? It's been moved, and was there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Nicholson, seconded by Councilman Parker, that we add that item onto the agenda as an amendment. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, roll call on the motion to amend the agenda to add the resolution in support of maintaining Saturday service for Smart Route 796 serving Perry-Opdyke. Clerk Doyle.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The amendment is hereby reflected in the main motion. Are there any other amendments that you'd like to propose or discussion on the agenda? Hearing none, roll call and adoption of the and approval of the agenda. Oh. Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry, I wanted to make ask for something to be put as a discussion item.
Okay.
Crystal Lake and South Boulevard alleyway for dumping.
Now, when you say Crystal Lake, do you mean the city, the street, or the lake?
It's the street.
Okay.
Dumping.
All right, so Crystal Lake. It's been moved by Rutherford. Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Rutherford, seconded by Nicholson to add a discussion item. It'll be the new number, since we already moved one down, it'll be the new number 17 and everything else going further. So what's been proposed is adding another discussion item, Crystal Lake and South Boulevard dumping concerns. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, roll call on approval of the amendment to the agenda, adding that discussion item. Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The amendment is approved and is part of our main agenda for consideration. Are there any other items? Any other amendments, discussion, clarifications? Hearing nothing further, roll call on adoption of the agenda as amended. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is approved. Is there a motion to approve this evening's consent agenda?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker to approve this evening's consent agenda. It has two sets of meeting minutes, the May 16th regular city council meeting, and then May 18th, our budget hearing, a special meeting on the budget. With that, roll call on approval of the consent agenda and adoption. Clerk Doyle?
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The consent agenda is approved. We are now at our first of two special presentations this evening. We give the floor to the administration to introduce the City of Pontiac Home Repair Program presentation. Mayor Grunwald.
Thank you, President McGinnis. We're very excited to be able to share details about the home improvement program that will be rolling out. I know that we've had some conversations at city council meetings already in the past, including when city council approved the different buckets for various ARPA appropriations way back in November or December. And then subsequently, more recently, when the city council approved the specific guidelines for this program, including the number of contractors who are licensed contractors and have been approved to be used for this home improvement program. This is, I think, a really exciting opportunity to invest in homeowners here in the city. This will both allow for a lot of low to moderate income homeowners to improve their quality of life by accessing up to $25,000 per home for home repairs while simultaneously reducing blight in our neighborhood. So this is a really great opportunity for residents, and we want to make sure that we're fully informing residents about when they can start applying and what they need to apply. So we've done already one town hall last night. We're going to be doing a number of additional town halls coming up. We're going to be doing some mailings that will amplify the message to residents about this opportunity, because we want every qualified eligible homeowner to have the opportunity to apply. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the point person with our administration who's organizing this, and that's Matthew Turner-Reed, who is our home improvement czar, I'll call him. And so with that, take it away, Mr. Turner-Reed.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Matthew Turner-Reed. I'm the Housing Development Specialist here for the City of Pontiac. I'm responsible for running the home repair program. So I'm here today to just give you guys a little bit of insight on it. And yeah, let's get started. So the funds that we are using for this program is from the American Rescue Plan Act. So here we have just a little blurb about the background from the American Rescue Plan Act. It was signed into law in March of 2021 from President Biden. The city of Pontiac was allocated $37.7 million under this plan, and we plan to utilize roughly $3 million for this program that we're running here. The plan is to run the program in 3 phases. Each phase, we will utilize about $1.1 million for each phase. So the objective of this program is to help homeowners complete essential home repair projects that improve the quality and safety of their housing and increase their chances of remaining in their homes long term. It's to my understanding that many residents in the city of Pontiac are lifelong residents, so we want to ensure that we can secure that for future generations. Okay, so a few details on the program here. So to be eligible for the program, you must be a resident of the city of Pontiac, and you must own the home that you are currently living in. Your household income should not exceed 80% area median income, and we will go over a chart of that in some of the next slides. We will ask you to complete the home repair program application, which does have additional details, and we will go over that as well. And then lastly, once you complete your application and you complete have your documents ready for us to review, you will give us a call on our home repair hotline, 248-758-3040, and you will schedule an intake appointment with myself, and we will review your application and your documents and review your eligibility at that time. Okay, so what are some of the applicant requirements? I get a lot of phone calls regarding this one. So first and foremost, as always, the home must be owner occupied. You must have homeowner's insurance on your current home. The home cannot be subject to foreclosure. You must be current on your mortgage and your property taxes. Additionally, you must have a photo ID, and that photo ID must match the home in which you are requesting the repairs for. Additionally, it must be located in the city of Pontiac. And lastly, we are requesting that you sign an agreement to allow the city of Pontiac to perform work orders under this program. Okay, so here's that chart of some of the income limits here. This chart is reflected in the application, so if you are interested in the program, this chart is available to you. So, for example, if you are living in the home by yourself and you are requesting repairs, we ask that your income does not exceed $50,160. Again, if it's you and your spouse, $57,280. Okay, so for some of the eligible repairs, again, we are granting up to $25,000 in home repair. So we're very excited for this program. Here's just a short list of some of the eligible repairs covered under the program. We will focus on some health and safety issues if they are present within your home, such as lead or asbestos or anything like that. However, the list that we have here, doors, porches, chimneys, siding, barrier-free access, basement, plumbing, pretty much you name it, we should be able to accommodate most repairs for you. Okay, so here is a page of directly out of the home repair application packet. So this documentation checklist is available to you if you are interested in this program. So we will need proof of ownership, of course, so a copy of your deed, mortgage documentation, something of that nature. We will need proof of all household income since we are qualifying based on your gross household size, then we will need proof of all household income. I also want to emphasize that if you do not have any income, you are still eligible under this program. Additionally, we will need proof of all all household occupants, which is typically reflected on your most recent tax return if you have any dependents living with you or anything of that nature. If you do have a mortgage on your property, we are requesting your most recent mortgage statement from your mortgage lender, and that's to ensure that your mortgage is current and your home is not subject to foreclosure. We will be requesting property tax documents to ensure that your property taxes are current. I did have questions regarding this one, so I do also want to emphasize that if you are in a current payment plan with either the city or the county for your property taxes, then you are still eligible under the program as well. We just need documentation to confirm that. We will need a copy of your most recent utility bill. Again, this is to confirm your occupancy. We will need proof of your homeowner's insurance. You must have homeowner's insurance under this program, and it must be current at the time of your intake appointment. And lastly, if you recently went through a bankruptcy, we are requesting a copy of that bankruptcy discharge, again, to ensure that the home will be yours long-term and that there will be no foreclosure activity or any liens on the property of that nature. So on this slide, here's a copy, a sample copy of the application within the application packet. As you see, it just calls for simple information, and it also has a home repair wish list in which you are eligible to write down any repairs that you are requesting for your home. Again, that's up to $25,000 in repairs. Okay, so here's just some general contact information. This page is also reflected in the home repair application packet as well. It's just listing most of the key players within this program: Alexandra Borngesser, Deborah Younger, myself, and Larry Domsky. If you guys have any questions regarding this program, feel free to reach out and we will be there to assess your concerns and your questions. And that is essentially the last slide that I have here. I'm not sure if we are taking questions and answers at this time, but I do want to emphasize that we do have the home repair hotline that's available to you. If no one answers the phone, which would be myself, I will myself give you a call back within 24 business hours. We also have an email box as well that we set up, phrp@pontiac.mi.us. And lastly, I do want to emphasize that all of the information presented, as well as a copy of the application and information on future town halls that I will be hosting, is located on our webpage on the City of Pontiac's website. That's pontiac.mi.us/home repair.
Thank you. Yes, and thank you very much for being here and for joining the City of Pontiac's team. There will be questions and feedback from City Council members. Councilwoman Rutherford.
Yes, good evening. Thank you so much first for the presentation. I have several questions. Number one, how are you guys going to deal with people who do not have internet and able for them to come get the application? That's the first one.
Yes, so we will have copies of the application available here at City Hall. We will also have copies of the application available at both senior centers, at the Bowen Senior Center and the Ruth Peterson Senior Center. And we should also have copies of the application available at the public library to pick up as well.
Number two, how did y'all decide the income ratio? Because $50,000, let's say two people are on pensions, that would literally there's a large portion of the people that I've told to apply that thought that they would qualify. They no longer qualify based upon what's your income rate. How did y'all decide the income?
Yeah, so the income is decided based on the 80% of the area median income. So we decided to use 80% because this models similar programs that are being put on. I do also want to emphasize that this is the first phase of 3 phases. So there may be a chance that we will make some changes in future phases, but for this phase, we are sticking with the 80% area median income figure.
Third and most important question, when will this come online? Like actual date, not the actual date.
Certainly, just the question I was waiting for. So we will begin accepting intake appointments on June 21st. So give us a call on our home repair hotline. I will answer the phone, more than likely myself, and we will get you scheduled to have an intake appointment. And in that appointment, we will review your application, review your associated documents, and we will then review your eligibility for the program at that time.
All right, thank you.
Next is Pro Tem Carrington, followed by Councilman James and Deputy Mayor Stevens. Just on that point, though, so June 21st is when the application goes live, but that interested prospective applicants can start getting their documentation in order, so that way they don't have to necessarily wait until June 21st to get some of their tax or property information.
So the application is available on the City of Pontiac's website right now, on the home repair. So if you do have internet access and are able to go to that webpage, it is available for download right now. We're still currently working with printers to get the application printed in paper form in mass. However, the application is live on that webpage. You're able to download it, and you can also fill it out on the computer if that's something you choose to do.
Okay, so online, the digital version of the application is available, but
Yes.
would not be able to be submitted until June 21st?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. First, I'd like to commend the administration and you, sir, for rolling this program out. I think it's a program that's greatly needed
Yes.
in our community. I know you mentioned that you'll be the one actually taking the calls.
Yes.
Now, those days when you're not available to take those calls, would those calls be going to a box where someone else from the administration can get into that
Yes.
box?
Yes, that is correct. This program is being ran out of the Grants and Philanthropy Department. So if there are days where I am not in the office, there will be additional team members available to be able to handle those calls.
And the reason I ask that, because I know this is first come, first serve.
Yes.
So we want to make sure that if someone leaves a message, that they're able to get, that y'all able to reach back to them in a timely manner so they
Yes.
can have the opportunity.
Yes. All calls will be responded to within 48 at maximum hours.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Councilman James?
Yeah, I'm still trying to clarify again, concerned about the fact that this is the first come, first serve kind of program.
Yes.
And I know that June the 21st is the day that we start accepting applications. Now you're saying that there's also a hotline available now, and that
Yes.
people can now make appointments for intake appointments. Would those appointments be on or after June 21st? Is that what?
We
we're
will
saying?
begin accepting, just to make it fair for everyone, we will begin accepting intake appointment requests on June 21st. That is the official launch of the program. However, this hotline number is available to you all right now if you have any questions or concerns or would like to speak with me directly.
Deputy Mayor Stevens?
Thank you, Council President. Mr. Turner-Reed, you had mentioned the 80% area median income, but the number you gave was for a single family. And you also made mention of the fact that there's a matrix. Where can individuals find that to find out, like, hey, I'm married or I've got kids, what income range do I apply in? And then additionally, Councilwoman Rutherford had specifically made mention of individuals with pensions. Are there any forms of income that would not be counted against an individual as far as their maximum income allowable?
Sure. So that chart that I showed you guys earlier on the presentation, that chart is available on the application packet for you to refer back to as you're filling out the application. And in regards to the second part of your question, I'm sorry, what was your question? The second part?
The second part of the question is, are there any types of income that do not get included in your verification level of income?
No, all household occupant income will be considered in this program.
Councilman Parker?
Thank you, Brother President. A couple of questions. One is, for those who may be literally challenged, are you going to offer assistance with filling those out before the application comes due on the 21st?
Yes, we are currently working on obtaining someone to assist people who do have literacy issues. I myself will be able to assist people during their intake appointments if they have any issues completing their application.
Okay, my second question is, I know that the city was also interviewing and have selected some contractors, but are you out there, if I do sign up, am I authorized also to find my own contractors, provided that they are licensed and bonded?
No, you're not allowed to pick your own contractors under this program. We do have we have vetted a set of contractors to work on this program who are already sealed and locked in. They have great craftsmanship and great work ethic to work under this program.
So then that leads me to my second question. So then, if I choose a licensed contractor from the city and they don't fix my house properly, is the city liable for fixing it properly?
So we do have a grievance form that will be available to all residents if they would like to file a complaint or anything of that nature. If we do find out that any contractors are not doing the work as promised or in a craftsmanship level, then they will be removed from the program.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Reimel.
Thank you, President McGinnis. I wanted to touch on a few of the questions that have been raised. We have vetted the contractors very carefully who we have recommended and who council has approved to be the contractors for this program. We've also made sure that the contractors represent the diversity of our community. Several of the contractors are Pontiac-based contractors. At least one of the contractors is a Spanish-speaking contractor. Several of the contractors are Black-owned contractors. And so we've tried to make sure that the contractors not only are very competent and qualified and licensed, but also look like our community. We think that's important. And I think it's really a benefit to our residents that if they apply and qualify for the program, that they won't have to go out and find a contractor. They won't have to vet a contractor. And they won't have to negotiate prices with the contractor. All of that will be done by the city on their behalf. And the city will be following up and inspecting the contractor's work to make sure that it's done properly, and we'll be holding those contractors accountable if it's not done properly. So, I reflect on my mom, who's 78 years old, and she had her garage roof done last summer. And it was, my brother and I certainly helped out quite a bit in terms of keeping an eye on the contractor, but it was a very stressful experience for my mom to have to worry about what contractor to hire and to worry about, well, is the contractor doing the work they're supposed to be doing? Are they doing it well? And I think most residents, at least, will be relieved to know that the city is taking care of that side of this for them. The other item that I wanted to touch on is the first come, first served nature of this, because that's something that we debated quite a bit internally about, and there's not, at least we weren't able to come up with a great alternative to that, because if we're put in the position of trying to select people on some other basis than first come, first served, then we're put in the position of trying to determine whether or not some people's home improvements are more urgent or more necessary or more important than other people's home improvements. And that's a really tough role, I think, for the city to play. So that's why, at least for this first round, this first phase of the 3 phases, it's going to be first come, first served. And that's why we also decided that we would have this income threshold of the 80% of area median income, because with it being first come, first served, we know that there'll be more applicants than available funds. And we wanted to make sure that those residents who are most in need would be first in line before those who have higher level incomes and are not in as dire of a need as lower or moderate income residents. Just to put that in perspective, we've got $1.1 million allocated for each round of this. So for the first round, there's $1.1 million. If each applicant qualifies for the full $25,000 for their home, that only means that 44 homes will be done in this first round. So $1.1 million sounds like a lot of money, but if each applicant applies and gets the full $25,000, that only means 44 homes. And that's why we wanted to make sure that there was some income threshold so that those residents, homeowners most in need, will be the ones receiving the funds. We'll be evaluating the first round, and we may propose some changes to the second round or third round, but that's how the first round has been designed, and that's why it's so important for residents to be fully informed about this, to get all their documentation and paperwork together, and be ready to submit it on June 21st because of that first come, first served nature of the program. We don't want anybody to lose out because they didn't get their paperwork in until a later date. And what I understand you to be saying, Mr. Turner-Reed, is that although applications won't be accepted until June 21st, people can call in advance and seek guidance, ask questions, and seek some assistance in gathering their paperwork before June 21st so that their ducks are in a row and they can make sure to get their application in on June 21st. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Any final questions or discussion on this special presentation? Councilman Rutherford?
Would the city have an issue with us making copies of this in advance for our constituents?
No.
All right, cool. Thanks.
Any further discussion or questions? Truly, thank you again for your professionalism and your expertise that you bring to this role. I think that what has already been demonstrated with last night's engagement with residents and what you're providing and what's lined up is exactly what this program needs. So that way we, it's a complex undertaking and it's pretty unique. Usually what happens when there's a federal or a global financial crisis and cities like Pontiac get hit hard, money comes along and usually that money is spent to demolish things. And there is a role for that and there's a need for that. We, in our neighborhoods and on our corridors, we know that better than most. But this is a way to be proactive and investing in our residents to prevent future blight, prevent future demolition, or demolition by neglect, meaning a property is no longer viable, that one simple repair, it might have been the difference between a neighborhood as well as that house, but a neighborhood remaining intact and remaining healthy. So I really appreciate that this council and this city government, this administration, is trying a more holistic approach, a more sort of positive approach that tries to address matters on the front end and being very intentional about the property owners and homeowners that need the help the most. This isn't intended for some shrewd landlord to get all their properties in and do it on the taxpayer's dime. This has been structured in a way so that way homeowners, Pontiac residents, those that have these struggles and these challenges, there is a structured, systematic, and monitored way to make sure that we're rebuilding and investing in our neighborhoods. So thank you very much to everyone who's doing the hard work of building and assembling this process as we go. Hearing nothing further, thank you very much, sir. We'll move to our next and final special presentation, Civil War Union Veterans Memorial Day commemoration. It should be no surprise to anyone in this room that Memorial Day is observed at the end of May. This coming Monday, May 29th, is Memorial Day, and there's an annual tradition that happens at Oak Hill Cemetery. We're grateful to have longtime Pontiac advocate, historian, and author, including on Civil War veterans that came from Pontiac. We give the floor to you, sir, to let us know about this commemoration. And if you can touch the button on the bottom right to turn the microphone live.
There it is.
Okay.
You'll be glad to know it's not a presentation, it's an invitation. Thank you, though. I could bloviate about it, but anybody that knows the Civil War and other topics and that people like myself can go on. I've talked to Tim quite often, and before he was mayor, and we went on many topics over coffee and things. So, no, this isn't a big talk, and it's not a history lesson, but it's an invitation. It's a tribute that kind of Don Woodward started several years ago, and I'm glad to have mayors passed, and Tim, you came. Sorry, Tim, you're mayor. I know him so well. Well, I call him Tim. Sorry, but so we started it, and we've kept it up every year, and we try to get more people. But it's really about the fallen Union dead in general. But then we concentrate because the two graves on the north side, the obelisk there, and the other grave is of General Israel B. Richardson, who died at Antietam of a piece of shrapnel into his chest and killed him later, and he died leading troops. So we have a general leading in the war that was pretty admirable. And then Moses Wisner, governor, the Pine Grove there, home that we all know, he was asked to raise a regiment by the governor at the time, and he did, and it was the 22nd Volunteer Michigan Infantry, and he died of typhoid fever on January 5th, 1863. So he died more typically of what most soldiers died of, disease. So one died in combat, and their graves are very close to one another. So the reenactors of the Sons of the Union Veterans of the Civil War, Richardson Camp number 2, come at 12:30, and that begins it. And they come with their uniforms, and they read their tribute to General Israel B. Richardson. And then when they're done, we say some words about, about Governor, and then who became Colonel Wisner, and some words about the Union troops in general, because it's about those who perished in combat. And not only combat, those that died during the war. So like in the Civil War, only 1 out of 3 people died in combat. The rest of the 620,000 of that died of disease. So they died too as well, and complications of wounds and whatever. But that's what we try to pay tribute to those. This isn't a history lesson here, but the 22nd that trained at the fairgrounds there, that's why the Fairgrove Street is there. That's why the stone is there in tribute to them. They went down south and they fought at the Battle of Chickamauga on Hill number 3 and became heroes and helped hold that line there with so it would not crumble and be destroyed. So that made possible not the complete disaster of the battle, which we lost. So they're known, and I wrote the book about it and was proud to do it. And so we look forward to just paying tribute to them. And we invite anyone who wants to come. And it won't be a long. I don't go on for 20 minutes. This is about being reverential and brief. And we read our brief comments, and then we go on about the day. We gather, then we talk. If you want to ask questions and about the unit, there are a couple of people that come that their great grandfathers were in the unit, so they know a lot about it. And we just talk, and so. It's an invitation. We'd like to see more people, but it's at 12:30 on that north side with the hillside there. And you look for the bunting on the, we're going to put them up on the pillars there along the street there. So we'd like to see you there, and I will not take up 6 more minutes. I'll leave the history lessons, the talks, and that. But it's more than history. It's about just giving thanks for those that fought for the Union and helped destroy that peculiar institution. Thank you.
Pro Tem Carrington.
So just one quick question before you leave out, sir.
Oh, okay.
Give us a date again, because I'm seeing May the 23rd on the agenda, so I know that's the wrong date.
Well, it's Memorial Day's Monday.
Okay.
It's Memorial. Yeah, there you go.
Just typo for us. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right.
And
Make
so-
sure I get it right. No, I'm kidding. Huh? What's that?
So Memorial Day, Monday, May 29th, 12:30 p.m.
Yes.
And it's the section of Oak Hill Cemetery. If you were going westbound on University Drive, you turn right between the 2 stone pillars.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay. Councilwoman Rutherford?
I just want to thank you for doing this. Oftentimes, we don't celebrate our ancestors the right way, and so this is a great opportunity for people to learn about the history of people who actually fought for African Americans and all people freedom. So I just appreciate you for that.
Yeah, and in the book I talk about that because Wisner did instill in his troops. He was an abolitionist, so he went down there fervently for that reason, and the troops, saw that by the time they got to Kentucky and they saw what was real. And I had the letters to prove it. It's touching because one short thing when they were stationed in Lexington where he died in camp, they started having runaways run into in Lexington, Kentucky, in bluegrass country, beautiful town.
Meaning freedom seekers?
Yeah, and I read all the letters in that, and Wisner was called upon by the other commanders because remember, it's a border state and slavery's still legal. So. But Wisner went down and they said they did have runaways in their camp that worked for them and they got paid by them. And they kind of let them in. And the slave owners would come to Lexington and say, hand them over. And Wisner said, no, we didn't come down here to be slave catchers. We came here to free people. So he could get away with that. There were some other commanders that will not go in here got heat for it, but because he was former governor of Michigan, and he probably could write Lincoln, and they didn't touch him, so he could get tough on that issue. And so they did stand up for the right thing, when they were there. They wouldn't do that, and as they went and saw how it people really live like that, country boys from up here, they saw the real thing. And so, it's admirable. But that's all in the book and part of why I liked writing it. So I appreciate the
My only follow-up is because I did an ancestry test, and I found my great-great-great-great-grandfather who actually fought in the Civil War. He's from Frankfort, Kentucky. His name is Van Rutherford. So when you said Kentucky, that's when my face lit up because he's from Frankfort.
Okay. That's great.
And yeah, I thought that was dope. Thank you.
Councilwoman James?
Yes. Would you happen to know how many Civil War veterans that we have buried in the city of Pontiac?
Well, I would say most of them are there and not Perrymount. I'm going to have a young man that's coming there that you hooked me up with. He wants to come that day, and he's working on the whole list of who's buried in there, of Union veterans, and some of them moved here later after the war, like they were born in New York and stuff. But he's doing that, and he did it in Rochester for the Rochester veterans in that cemetery. So he called me up, through Mr. McGinnis, and I talked to him the other day, by the way, Mike, and he's coming. He wants to come that day. He's real excited because he's on his own time going to do that. So I think most everybody that would be involved would be in that cemetery, for the era. So he's going to make that whole list on his own. So we'll have it, and we'll find out, more all the time. But
would you say it's more than 50?
He said there were quite a few, and he didn't give me a number yet. But he said there's quite a few from the 22nd in there, but others that had moved after the war and moved around. But we're going to find out, and then that'll add more to the cemetery and, more to our understanding of who's buried there. So, yeah, that's a great question, and he wants to do this for no other reason besides that he wants to do it on passion. Okay. He's not even a professional historian. He's just doing it on his own. So that's great for all of us. I said we all love to have that completed, that list. So. Yeah, we're working on it, I guess.
Further discussion? I want to acknowledge Pro Tem Carrington and I. Oak Hill Cemetery is located in both of our city council districts, and so north of University Drive is in District 6. As some of his district projects, he has supported the grassroots efforts of volunteers in Oak Hill Cemetery for landscaping. They've put in a map display so that way visitors can actually know where the sections are in the cemetery, and we want to salute Nancy and Don Calendine, residents of District 2, who have just in recent days been doing additional work. And so thank you, Pro Tem Carrington, for using some of your district project funding.
So I'll be there helping out in voluntary before that day. In fact, Larry Keene and I and Don and Nancy all are going to go there to do extra touch-up in that area. We trim the bushes and do whatever. So I've done a lot there too. I actually painted that office and stripped those columns that you see when you drive along. I like it because I stripped those columns down years ago and they still look good. And I painted that sign that hangs there, the Oak Hill sign. I took it down and I put it in my backyard and I painted it. So I haven't done as much as Larry, but I've been there and I'm happy to get dirty and dress up for Monday. So I hope to see some people there, and we'll keep on doing positive things and keep fixing things up. And that's another key thing too. So I was glad I got to see that tonight for a presentation for another big picture that's being done. So we all do our part. I have a historic house, so just working on it today. So let's all just keep going on, do positive things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bless you for your volunteerism in our city. With that, is there any elected officials, currently elected officials that wish to have the floor? Hearing none, Pro Tem Carrington, are there any requests for agenda address tonight?
Yes, President McGinnis. Dr. Deidre Waterman.
Two things on the agenda that I want to speak about briefly. I see the Phoenix Center is on the agenda in terms of a budget amendment, and which gives us a chance to ask some questions. I know there was a closed session at the last budget hearing about the Phoenix Center. Nothing was said afterwards, so I don't know what the concern was in Phoenix in the closed session. But I just want to, there's some other questions that have been asked periodically, and maybe we can get answers to those. And one of the things I wanted to say was that when I was mayor, we applied for appropriations from Senator Gary Peters for $2 million. We understand that that had been granted. So how is that $2 million going to be utilized for the purpose of the Phoenix Center? Also, we had a deadline as a part of the settlement agreement with the developer who we did the deal with for the Phoenix Center. And he was supposed to have given us a plan for how he was going to do $18 million worth of repairs by June 1st of this year. So where has been the conversation or things to make sure the city is getting its worth for what we did for that deal? And I've never been able to find out where that is. But I did want to talk about also the home repair program. You know, the ARP program was something that $37.8 million was a great boon for the city. It was been here for COVID relief. And this is the first money that is going to go to the citizens out of that. And we had meant for it to be for citizen and business relief. So why is there such a small amount? A lot of that, I thought the lion's share was going to be for citizens. And also, Council, do you realize when I looked at the mayor's proposed budget, there's another $10 million that is put into the revenue from a federal grant. And this, again, in addition to the $10 million for last year, so that means a lot less if we're going to put it in the general fund, a lot less for citizen relief and business relief. So those are the things that I brought to my attention.
Thank you, Dr. Waterman. At this time, Ms. Darlene Clark. Ms. Gloria Miller. Mr. Chuck Johnson. That concludes our agenda address, President McGinnis.
All right, we'll have public comment shortly as well. So next up is public hearing regarding the annual millage rates for fiscal year 2023 and 2024. So this is an opportunity for Pontiac residents and those in the audience, if they wish to speak in terms of what is being considered for what the millage rates will be for Pontiac taxpayers. The fiscal year runs July 1st through June 30th. So we are considering this before the new fiscal year starts July 1. Mayor Grimo, administration, anything you'd like to offer before we open the public hearing as it relates to the annual millage rates for the coming fiscal year?
Thank you, President McGinnis. As you know, this is a statutorily required hearing where we allow the public to speak to the annual application of millage rates, both the general millage as well as specific millages for specific items such as youth recreation, seniors, and other specific millages. So it's really something that the city does every year, and we look forward to hearing any comments that the public may have to share.
All right, with that, I'm opening the public hearing at 6:49 p.m. So those in attendance, if you'd like to come up to the microphone and share your feedback on the proposed millage rates.
Good evening. My name is Robert Bass. I live at 499 Highland, and I don't know what millage rates that y'all are passing, but my main reason for getting up is because I want to know how many millages are we passing this year. We passed 7 last year. Now, are we passing 7 millages? And if so, how much are those millages? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Feel free. Yep, you can proceed.
Hi, I'm Tyler White, Deputy Treasurer. The list of the millages that we have proposed for the 23-24 fiscal year, they're all the exact same as last year, except for there was a voted millage in November on the ballot that passed with a 64-46 split in favor. The actual millages by the city proper, so we've got our charter operating millage of 10.9132, the capital improvement millage, also by charter, of 1.3639, sanitation of 2.7281, senior services, which was voted in 2016, 0.4839, voted for the youth center as well, 1.4519, and then this was the operating increase to reach us up to that 18, where an amendment to the state constitution had lowered the amount of taxable millages that we could charge for the city's charter, which is at 12. This brings us up from the 10.9132 back to the 12. It's 1.0868. In short, we're up to the maximum amount that we are allowed by the state constitution, where the amendment had reduced it over time. This is just to bring us back to normal.
Thank you, sir. With that context on what the millage rates are, essentially what's being proposed is related to what the voters of Pontiac have approved. We are continuing the public hearing if there's any community members that wish to speak.
One of the millages that the voters voted on in 2018 is the youth rec millage. And I'm speaking for that. I know our hearts are, the public's heart was passing that because we wanted a youth recreation center for our youth to have as their own. And so I know the council's going to support that. We're halfway through that now, the 10 years that was allowed. But I just want to bring to people's attention, I know that council has been working on getting a new youth recreation center. I don't know if any feasibility has been done on that. I know you purchased a building, but how long is it going to take to build a new building and get that functional so that our youth can use it? One of the things that we had a presentation from the Anti-Violence Committee that brought in a group, and they want to hire this group for $400,000 to bring in kind of counseling and things to bring down violence in our community. And as they were talking, I said many of those things we had in the youth center that we opened. And so yet we're bringing in somebody for $400,000 to do the kinds of things that we already had. We had counseling. We had a mini station so we can have people, young people have counseling in terms of anti-violent techniques. We had the fact that they had a place to call their own, and so many people who came to use the gymnasium. So, I still grieve a little bit that we closed that with no ready plan, even though when the people passed the millage, they passed it because they thought they were going to get a youth center. And so hopefully we can get that fulfilled. I see so many youth, and as I thought about that, as the young people walked in, I said, I'm still so sorry. Then in the interim, we still don't have a plan for them to have a youth recreation center of their own. And just to include something that was said, it was not illegal to keep that open. Look at the city attorney several times came and talked to council while we were totally within our right to keep that open.
That does conclude your time, but as a formality, can you share your address since it's a public hearing?
Absolutely. I'm Dr. Deirdre Waterman. I live at 312 Ottawa Drive, Pontiac.
Gloria Miller, 431 Boyd Street, Pontiac. I just got two questions. The smart millage, Mayor, you come before me, sometimes I bag up because you already asked my question, but on this one thing you did miss. Could the council tell the public when is the youth millage, when is it term expired? How many more years we got left on it, on the youth millage? And I know that we passed the smart millage, and I got a couple calls. Did we acquire any money from that smart millage that went statewide for Oakland County for the residents of the city of Pontiac? Is anything text on to as far as millage-wise? Maybe you can answer that. Just hypothetically, maybe someone asked. I don't know if it's true or not. And also, reason I want to know when that millage expires, because I was here in the audience, and Tamika Ramsey and Kermit Williams on their behalf, they went out the street and pushed for that millage. But I'm going to be honest with you, how do you expect to get more money from the resident when you haven't done anything in all these years that we didn't have it? We haven't had a home yet, what we call youth center. I used to work in youth. I came from youth in the city of Pontiac when I worked with the city years ago. We had a recreation department, per se. You can go there. And so that's why it's important for you. I just want you to tell them, if you could, President, Mr. McGinnis, when does that millage for the youth expires? What year?
So I've got this one. The youth center millage expires on December 31st of 2026. So that's when that expires. I don't have anything on the smart millage, but I can step aside, see if I can find anything in my office. So please bear with me.
It's worth noting there are some millages that impact Pontiac property owners that we do not set. For example, there's the Zoological Society, the Detroit Institute of Arts, there's Oakland Community College, there's a variety of millages, and the Oakland County Transportation or SMART millage is one of those. So the staff from the city treasurer's office will likely find that so that way our taxpayers can know that. We're going to continue the public hearing. Again, this is the opportunity for anyone present to ask questions, offer feedback, give us a piece of your mind in terms of what's under consideration for the city's millage rates. Yes, ma'am. And if you could state your address.
I'm
as
just
well as
curious. I remember we spent quite a lot of time in the last few months talking about the impact the Headley Amendment had and how we are not impacted by that quite the same way anymore. Does that impact our millage? And if it does, how does it? And is that represented by the drop from, what was it, to 10.91?
Would you state your address for the record? Pastor Desereau, we need your address for the record. It's a public hearing. We're required to request your address.
Pastor Kathy Desereau, 1200 Colony Lane, Pontiac.
And once we conclude the public hearing, we'll be able to answer that and other questions.
Andrea Mans, 432 Highland Avenue. Robert Bass's question was not answered when he asked what's the price of the millage. So for the points challenge people, we want a dollar amount for the millage, like how much it's going to cost.
She got it. Yep. Anyone else who wishes to speak on proposed millage rates for the year to come? We'll try to very concisely answer those questions after it's concluded, but this is the public's time, public hearing. You are not required to have signed up ahead of time, and you are not required to have all the answers. You're allowed to just state what you think in terms of what you'd like the city's resources, how you'd like those millages to be levied. Any other public comments? Any other comments? Any other comments? Hearing nothing further, the public hearing is hereby closed. And the time is 6:58 p.m. according to Verizon Wireless. Mayor Greimel, do you want to try and briefly offer some feedback? And again, it's not on this evening's agenda for us setting the annual millage rates, and we can never request or set a millage higher than the voters approved. The council can set it lower, but we can never essentially go above what the voter authorized millage rates are. So we're discussing those different categories that the voters have authorized. Mayor Greimel?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. So I'll try to answer all of the questions to the best of my ability. In terms of the impact of the Headley override vote that occurred last November, the Headley amendment that was made to the state constitution in 1978 means that the millage rate is, all the millage rates are rolled back as property values increase. And the original general operating fund millage rate here in the city was set at 12 mills, but due to the effect of the Headley rollback, had been rolled back by 1.0868 mills, such that it was a little under 11 mills. The vote of residents last year to overcome or override that rollback has resulted for this July 1st, the full 12 mills to again be levied. In terms of the dollar amount of the millage rates, it depends on the value of one's home. So the higher the taxable value, the higher the dollar tax amount will be. The millage rate is a rate. It's a percentage tax that's applied to the taxable value of each person's property. In terms of the question about the smart millage, the smart millage has long existed, including here in Pontiac, but it was only applied to those municipalities like Pontiac that opted into smart services. That changed last year when a countywide smart millage was voted on and passed by the entire county. And that new smart millage is applied to all municipalities in the county as opposed to just some. The rate actually went down slightly as part of that because there was a bigger base of taxation, because all municipalities in the county are going to be subject to that smart millage. The rate actually went down a little bit. So here in Pontiac, the amount of taxes associated with the smart millage will go down as a percentage of property value. So that's actually a little bit of a rate reduction compared to what it had been. But the amount of revenue for the smart system will go up a lot because it will be applied to all communities in the county instead of just some. And as a result, the quality of services offered by SMART will go up quite dramatically as well. I know we have an agenda item to encourage the maintaining of Saturday bus service on the Perry Updike section of routes here in Pontiac, but a lot of communities that had not been included in SMART, communities like Waterford, Bloomfield Township, Bloomfield Hills, will now be included in the SMART system. And so residents here in Pontiac will have the opportunity to take bus service to a number of communities that they previously couldn't because those communities weren't even part of the SMART system. The other question that was asked was about the youth millage. That actually was voted in 2016, not in 2018, as a member of the public mistakenly stated. And so that was passed in 2016. And when we took office, the 8 of us, the 7 council members, and me as mayor, the previous administration had that tax in place for fully 5 years and had failed to acquire city-owned property for a city-owned youth rec center, and instead was paying $26,000 per month to rent a facility that was inadequate for the purpose, despite the objections and votes of city council to not authorize the previous mayor to rent that facility. So we ended that lease. We have used a number of sites around the city since that time for really robust youth recreation and enrichment programming, and just a couple of weeks ago closed on our purchase of a site where we will be building a new youth recreation facility. And so we're very excited about that. We just closed on that site, the McCarroll site, a couple of weeks ago. And so we will have finally a city-owned youth rec center. Now, we first have to go out and solicit feedback from the community about what amenities community members would like to see as part of that facility, and then we will go about building a new facility, a state-of-the-art facility that our young people have long deserved, so that we can have an actual home base for youth recreation and enrichment programming for our young people.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rutherford?
Yes, to the administration, is there any way so that there could be nobody to spread lies, rumors, or innuendos that you put out the list of how much the millages is so we can just have some facts and not imagination? Could you do that? Absolutely. All right, thanks a lot.
Well put. And so at a future city council meeting, we'll actually be authorizing it. We want to make sure the public had the opportunity to formally provide their feedback before we set that. And we'll make sure that it's visible and viewable for those in the audience, those at home, et cetera. We want that to be as easily reachable as possible. I do want to clarify, the voters of Pontiac, when it came to youth recreation, that millage is for youth recreation operations. It's for the programs, it's for the staff, but it cannot actually be paid for the acquisition of real estate, et cetera. So it's a funky thing when it comes to state of Michigan law, but it's worth pointing out. Councilman Nicholson.
And to add to that, the previous council that did allocate funds, $3 million in funds for the building, a specific purpose of building that. Those funds are still allocated to that restricted purpose. So those funds are there, they will be used for exactly that purpose and can only be used for that purpose.
Thank you. Any final clarifications or feedback? We have held the public hearing, the annual public hearing when it comes to the annual millage rates, and in the coming weeks, the City Council will deliberate on the setting of those millage rates. Thank you for your time and feedback. We're now at adoption of an ordinance to amend the City of Pontiac City Code, to amend Chapter 118, to add Article 4, Stormwater Control, in order to maintain compliance with the state law. This is the second reading, and my sense is that the planning manager advises us that we'll want to not vote on this tonight, but push it for another week, but we'll first give the floor for that second reading to be read. Mayor, anything before handing it over to the planning manager?
Not at all. I welcome Manager Yandrick to get into additional details.
Yes, sir, you have the floor.
So this is a municipal code specifically for stormwater, and really the experts of this are our Public Works team. The first reading was held last week. They're requesting that this be held on June 6th, which is in 2 weeks, till we get aligned with the zoning code, which is the next item on tonight's agenda. So they're actually hoping that that second reading can occur at that date.
If there's no further discussion, is there a motion to postpone to the June 6th
Support.
meeting? Moved by Councilman Nicholson and seconded by Councilwoman Rutherford that this second reading be postponed to that second regular meeting in June.
First meeting in June.
Oh, is it?
June
Okay,
6th.
yeah,
Yep.
all right, very good. Sorry. Calendars. So June 6th, that's the move and the support. Any discussion on the motion to postpone for 2 weeks? Hearing nothing further, roll call Clerk Doyle on that motion.
Yes.
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 Yes. That motion carries. It's postponed until that meeting. Thank you, sir. Now we're at number 5. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the first reading of the zoning text amendment to amend Article 2, Chapter 6, Section 6.202, subsection D, and to amend Article 2, Chapter 6, Section 6.208?
Point of information, is this in regards to actual transitional housing?
No.
Okay, go ahead, keep going.
Required information and to amend Article 2, Chapter 6, Section 7.301 definitions. This ordinance amendment pertains to stormwater control. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. And as they make their exit from the room, let's give a round of applause for Pontiac's youth. Thank you for that sidebar. We now are concerning that first reading. Want to give the floor without objection, Mayor Grimal, to Planning Manager Yandrick.
Okay.
Please, take it away, Mr. Manager.
I have a very brief presentation of the amendments. So the city is requesting these text amendments to make minor changes to the zoning code to comply with the Clean Water Act and the state of Michigan requirements for local stormwater ordinances. This zoning text amendment is 1 and 2 being considered, and the other one was the one that just was postponed a moment ago. These are being adopted concurrently to comply with the state requirements. This is the timeline of the schedule. There was a public hearing held at Planning Commission on May 10th. The first reading is this evening, and staff is requesting that the second reading be held in 2 weeks on June 6th. There are 3 total changes. I'm going to outline these changes. Number 1, site plan review is required for developments that disturb 1 or more acres, including projects of less than 1 acre that are part of a larger common plan of development or sale, most new developments, major expansions, and redevelopment. Site plan review procedures and requirements are listed in the section 6.204. What is italicized is being added, and this is a requirement from the state to fall under our stormwater guidelines, and that's connected to the second point that I have in a second. Number 2 that is listed up there is section .208, table 17. The requirement adds the second section. So detailed storm sewer, site grading, drainage, detention basins, and other pertinent facilities is already in the chart. But we are requesting to add as required by section 118-3 stormwater control of this ordinance. And that is something being considered as part of the municipal code amendments that you are also considering. So this is something we are wanting to wait until that is adopted on June 6th, and then City Council would hopefully be approving this. Now, the third one, getting back to the previous slide, is we had some discussions internally about the word disturb areas, and we wanted to clear up confusion. So we worked with our attorney, we worked with our city engineer, and we are establishing the definition of a disturb area to make it clear of what quantifies a site plan process. Now, if you're going and adding a building, we already have qualifiers in our existing code about what requires a site plan, but this is specifically for disturbing of areas. So maybe you're not developing a site, but you are making modifications to it, this would qualify. So disturb area means an area where soils are exposed or disturbed by development, both existing and proposed. The disturbance area includes staging and storage areas, structures, and areas needed for vehicle access and maneuvering. Agricultural and pasture land are not considered part of a disturbance area. For utility lines, trenches, or other similar linear work, the disturbance area includes staging and storage areas, the linear feature, and the areas on each side of the linear feature impacted by the construction. Where necessary for safety in deep trenches, the disturbance area may be made wide enough to allow for bending and the shoring of the trench. So with that, that is my presentation this evening. Planning Commission recommended approval of these zoning text amendments as presented for those following 3 sections at their public hearings. So I'd be happy to entertain any questions you may have.
All right. Ordinance amendments per the Pontiac City Charter require 2 readings. So this is what's before us, is we're just acknowledging that it's been read for a first time. And then per the planning manager, the interest is to align the second reading with that previous item's second reading on June 6th. Is there any discussion on this item before we vote on acknowledging the first reading? Councilman Nicholson.
As we're running through budget times and some of these things, as we're talking about stormwater, sewers, and Clean Water Act, I know we have tremendous difficulties with our stormwater sewers and really the cost-limited feature of some of the projects that we're doing and trying to partner with WRC when streets are open. I want to make sure that if there are situations that are going to be financially impacted by this when we're going through, that we budget correctly. So if there are larger scales as far as, tools and trenching needs that are impacted by this, if we can make sure that DPW lets us know if there's any amendments that are necessary in the process.
Yeah. And they are fully aware of these regulations, and I will pass that along to them. Thank you.
Further discussion on this first reading? Hearing nothing further, roll call and adoption of the resolution approving the first reading, meaning it's been read once, and we'll read it again at least once more. Clerk Doyle.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Nicholson?
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted, and for the public's benefit, our expectation is that we will be scheduling that second reading on June 6th as well, although it doesn't require a postponement at this point. But I'll work with the clerk's office if you want to have it done a different way, if you want us to, if we're required to. Okay, sounds good. June 6th, party time for stormwater. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the first reading of a zoning ordinance text amendment to amend Article 2, Chapter 5, Section 2.502, to amend Article 2, Chapter 5, Section 2.506, add Article 2, Chapter 5, Section 2.507, amend Article 3, Chapter 2, Section 3.203, amend Article 4, Chapter 4, Section 4.206, subsection A, subsection 3, and amend Article 7, Chapter 2, Section 7.201.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Nicholson and seconded by Councilman Goodman that we are approving the first reading. Again, this doesn't enact it. It just acknowledges that there's a first reading. And then we have in parentheses on the agenda, the shorthand, this ordinance amendment pertains to unlicensed residential facilities and the keeping of household animals and pets. So that's what's going to be delved into. We give the floor now to the mayor administration for context.
Thank you, President McGinnis. We have long here in the city of Pontiac had very minimal, and in some cases, no meaningful regulations around residential facilities and around animals. And so certainly, compared to the vast majority of other communities, it's largely been the Wild West here in Pontiac when it comes to these two topics. This proposal is designed to change that so that we can better police nuisances when they arise in neighborhoods, and most importantly, make sure that we're protecting the safety and well-being of residents who live in a variety of residential facilities. Among other things, it would require that residential facilities be registered with the city so that we can ensure that they're abiding by city ordinances, that they're undergoing inspections, and that we're able to make sure that they're actually making and allowing for living conditions that treat people with dignity and respect. So with that, I'll turn it over to Manager Yandrick, and he may want to have the city's attorney speak as needed. The other thing I probably should note is I also understand that when it comes to the animal ordinances that there's been a discrepancy between the zoning ordinance and the municipal code ordinance as well. So one of the things that these agenda items will do is make sure that those two provisions are brought into alignment.
Thank you, Mayor. You're actually taking part of my presentation. I do want to state for the record, this was advertised as a public hearing for code enforcement and group homes, and that does continue, even though as it's listed, this does talk about unlicensed residential facilities, keeping of households, animals, and pets. That's a more specific reference, but I do want to just state that for the record so that carries through, that this is the same application.
As a point of order, I want to clarify this is not a public hearing.
This is not a public hearing. We had one at Planning Commission. Okay. This is not a public hearing, though. Yep. So this is the process. The Planning Commission had their public hearing on May 3rd. Tonight is the City Council first reading, and then the second reading is staff is proposing for June 6th for the second reading. So regarding the code enforcement, chicken, pets, and livestock, the rationale, as the mayor alluded to, is the current municipal code and zoning code do not match, and the city is proposing these amendments to align the code and set the policy. The proposed amendments are listed in section 4.206. It specifically prohibits livestock in the city, and it specifically regulates poultry in the city. Some of these highlights include no more than 3 chickens at a time was proposed to Planning Commission. They, in their recommendation, increased that to 6. During the public hearing, a lot of speakers during the public hearing had expressed that you're unable to purchase less than 4 or 5 chickens when you go to a facility to purchase them. Continuing on with the regulations, roosters or male chickens are prohibited. They must be fully enclosed in a facility in the rear yard, and it sets other permitting inspection process. And so one other thing not on this list I want to mention, though, is the feeding is also controlled. There is no ground feeding, as this attempts to eliminate or mitigate rodents being in the area of poultry. So most jurisdictions in Oakland County specifically don't allow more than 3 chickens. That's where staff's proposal was. It was shared in the public hearing that Ferndale recently increased theirs to, I believe, 6. There is no agricultural zoned property in the city. And so these regulations attempt to balance the rights of property owners versus the regulations of protecting neighbors and neighborhoods' welfare. So continuing on to group homes, while the part of the rationale is while the current city currently has regulations on state licensed residential facilities, there is not clear language on unlicensed facilities. The city is proposing definitions for clarity of different types of land uses, including but not limiting to dwelling units. And the city is proposing increasing the buffer yard distance from 500 feet to a half mile to prevent clustered neighborhoods of similar facilities. So these amendments establish unlicensed residential facilities as a land use. It increases and establishes the separation distances from licensed facilities, unlicensed facilities, and boarding houses to a half mile. But existing permitted and licensed facilities are exempt. These amendments would only apply to future applicants. Now, there is a registration process that will be discussed under the municipal code and does not propose any changes under the zoning code this evening, just as a point of order. So with unlicensed residential facilities, more than just establishing the definition, city staff proposed restricting it to the multifamily dwelling elevator apartment zoning district, which is R4. The district is similar to R3, but has flexible zoning requirements different than R3, highlighted by the elevator and taller buildings as a use. There are approximately 5 zones in the city, and if you give me a moment, I would like to highlight them at the city. So for people watching on the screen or watching at home, this center area is the Loop, and this is the C2 district of downtown. The 5 areas are highlighted by the stars. So on the north side of Gillespie, on the west side of the Clinton River, Crystal Lake area is one zone of R4 right here. There is a R4 zoned land right here, north of the concrete batch plant, south of Auburn Avenue here, adjacent to the railroad. And there are 3 clusters of R4 properties to the west of MLK and south of University Drive, both that are flanking M95. So there are permitted districts in the city. A future applicant may have to go through a site plan for that, but it would be a permitted use if these regulations were approved. So just as a summary, these zoning amendments establish the definitions for clarity, align with the municipal code regulations, and proposes amendments that balance competing interests for residential properties and neighboring uses. So that is my presentation. Thank you, Mayor, City Council. I'll be happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. At this time, does council have any questions?
Oh, I do.
Councilwoman Melanie Rutherford.
R4 is on Gillespie, so that's the only place in the District 1 that you can have transitional housing, correct?
That is the only current zoning district that allows that.
Okay, and so basically what you're doing is, the way that you have this set up is so that no one who's trying to do it the right way can actually come into the city. Now, the thing you're gonna say is that we have so many people that are registered sex offenders that live here, and we have so many people, but these people also are being opted out because you also are very much aware that these people who are returning citizens can't find adequate housing because of their records. You are aware of that, correct?
I'm listening.
Are you aware of that, sir? Are you aware that there's an issue with people who are returning citizens from jail or prison have oftentimes a harder time to find adequate housing? Is the administration aware of that?
I would say that I am understanding that, but there's still more that I have to learn.
Okay.
So
the reason why I'm asking that, basically, we have no new affordable housing being built in the city. You guys are telling us the transitional housing you don't want, except only in 5 places in R4. So you basically don't want people who are trying to change their lives to come to Pontiac, in my opinion, because the places that you have it in, there's no way. Gillespie, where it is right there, there's a brand new, development that's about to be built right around the corner. So you're telling them multi-million-dollar development once that next to where Gillespie is? I just want to understand what the logic is, because you chose R4 because you guys knew there was a limited amount of locations, so I got a problem with that.
And part of that is the ability for cities to restrict, and we can restrict by zoning districts. And as I mentioned, the existing facilities are allowed to remain. But there's a concern for the long-term viability of neighborhoods of increasing that.
And so my response would be, we already have issues with those people, but we're talking about people that's trying to do right. Where are they going to go when you know there's only one strip? I need you to explain it so that we can explain to people that we are not attacking people who are coming out of the system who are trying to find housing here.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, I can absolutely address this. So there is a process by which people can rezone land. So if an investor wanted to purchase property that was not R4, but wanted to build some sort of residential facility, they could do that by petitioning for a rezoning. So we're not attempting to limit by limiting to R4. We are requiring that a rezoning be done because R4 specifically requires that there be elevators in buildings. So we're doing it for safety because there's lots of people in smaller buildings, and we want to make sure that there are safety requirements to make sure that our residents are safe.
Mine is sort of potentially semantics, but my day job is I work for a group home provider, and we have both licensed and non-licensed settings. The term facility is somewhat problematic when it comes to the state home and community-based standards. So if the term facility is included, I'm worried that because they stay away from that term, that these are group homes, they're community-based settings, that they're residences. So I don't want someone to misunderstand that a residence isn't, because truly this is only affecting residences. I mean, we're not going, if there were facility size settings, we'd be talking about commercial spaces. So I'm wondering if there could be some text amendments to say residences rather than facilities.
Yeah, that's absolutely something that we can
It's a
discuss.
dignity thing, especially just because they're not, they're not institutionalized. It is,
Thank you, Councilman Nicholson. Any other questions for council? Actually, I'm sorry. Deputy Mayor, you was on the floor next. Okay, you passed. Councilwoman James.
Well, I agree that Councilman Nicholson's comments about. I wish we had a system that allowed these to stay on all the time. But I do agree with his comment, and I do agree with Councilwoman Rutherford's concern about that we don't want to restrict the ability of returning citizens and people who are in crises in their lives to be able to find safe and affordable housing. But I think this is one of the concerns that our housing study that we plan to do. This is, because when we're approving these changes, we do ask those questions of, is this going to affect the ability of people who are returning citizens to be able to find decent housing? And I don't think you have those answers, but as elected officials, we need to ask those questions, and we need those answers, because we don't want what we approve to then become major hindrances to people who are struggling within our society. So I invite that we really look at, this future housing study, and that as these studies are done, we have a second look at these kinds of codes and ordinances, so that we can make sure that we are not contradicting ourselves and we're not fighting against ourselves when it comes to these kinds of decisions.
Thank you, Councilwoman James. Councilwoman Rutherford for the second time.
Yes, to the administration, when is the actual housing study going to happen? I yield to the mayor.
I know that our Economic Development Manager, Deborah Younger, has been heading that up. Deputy Mayor, do you have a specific timeline from her in terms of when we expect that to be completed?
I do not have that specific information now. I can find out from Manager Younger and have that information for you on Thursday.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
I'll wait till Thursday.
Okay. Also, before we close this topic, actually, my question is around increase the number of chickens permitted to 6, and increase the number of egg-laying hens to 6. Is that a couple of, is that 12 chickens that can have it, or there's only 6?
6.
Okay.
And there is a bit of a redundancy in the language of the ordinance, but we wanted to make it clear, no roosters are allowed at all.
Okay,
You
I
can have
understand
them-
that.
Okay.
Also, you said 3 species with a limit of 9. So basically, a person can have up to 9 pets that are not chickens, and then also have 6 chickens at their home in a residential house.
So what was originally proposed to Planning Commission was 3 animals in general, regardless of species, 3 household pets. So a dog, a cat, not including fish. So a dog, a cat, and a lizard. Planning Commission recommended we increase that from 3 animals in general, to 3 animals of any one species with a maximum of 9 animals. That was the recommendation of Planning Commission.
Okay. And also, during the presentation, you made a statement that said that it's impossible to buy 3 chickens from those that sell chickens. So do we have any proof of that, or just a statement that was stated at public hearing?
That was what was stated at public hearing.
Okay. So I guess it seems like we won't Jurassic Park in our neighborhoods. but I definitely think that is too many pets to have at one location. For example, these homes are 1,500 square feet or less, most of them. And we do live in an urban setting and not a rural area. So I do have concerns about the number of pets.
If I If I could just respond to that real quick, Jack McIntyre, Code Enforcement Manager. So some of the amended ordinances coming in front of you result from phone calls coming in from your constituents and residents, calling in complaints. So we've been tracking this information since I got there in September, and this is definitely an issue that a lot of people are concerned about, are the number of animals and just the capacity for care in terms of having that many animals and what a result of that many animals is. Just this weekend in Councilman Goodman's district, there was a horrible incident that occurred at a home where there was reported 8 to 9 dogs in the house. One dog was killed during a ruckus in the house, and there's 1 adult and 2 small children in the home. We were contacted by a dog rescue agency that had been called in and got involved. So every city that we looked at before we brought this number forward, just about every city that we did research with, township, has a cap of some kind. And so the fact that we didn't have that, the only thing that we had on the books was that anything more than 3 dogs in a home is considered a kennel. And I'll tell you, part of the other reason this was brought to our attention is Councilman Rutherford is experiencing an issue with animals in her district, and that's really what a lot of this conversation started, that we need to have better regulation and make sure that our zoning and municipal ordinances don't contradict each other.
So I just a follow-up statement. So you guys suggested 3 animals as a total, and the Planning Commission actually added 6 more.
That's correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make that. And I guess because I know you guys have been getting a lot of calls in code enforcement concerning too many animals, especially in my district, the 6th district. So, and I just want to know, did the Planning Commission have that same information that you had as code enforcement? Did you share that information with the Planning Commission?
I wasn't present at that planning meeting, so.
Okay, so I kind of want to make a suggestion that when these things come, that you somehow have some quantified information, quantitative information, so you can actually give them before they make a suggestion to increase these things.
A decision not going that I regret today. So.
All right, thank you. Mike McGinnis, President.
So I'm very receptive to it being lower than 9. It was towards the end of the Planning Commission's deliberations, they acknowledged that there was no cap in terms of animals overall. We were just talking about species by species. So that was very much a last minute, hey, we want to make sure someone doesn't really abuse the situation by having 3 of this, 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 but it could be, lower than 9. I think that would be still in keeping and a best practice. The concern was about the practical application, at least speaking for myself. I know of many residents in Pontiac that have more than 3 pets, and they have homes that can easily handle more than 3 pets. And I did not think that it would be sustainable or a viable approach for us as the city government to say, you know what? If you have 2 dogs and 2 cats, you got 1 too many. You are essentially violating the city's law. Now, I don't think that we would practically be in a position to start being the pet police in those scenarios, because that's not really that's not the worst case scenario. 2 dogs, 2 cats, that's not probably going to be problematic unless somebody's not caring for them, whether it's 1 animal, let alone 4 or more. So when it gets to that combination and ratio of dogs and cats and beyond, because those are the 2 most common household pets, I didn't think that that was in keeping with where the city of Pontiac was or where we as a city government wanted to be. I could tell you that my father alone, who lives in your district, they presently have 2 dogs, since 1 just passed away. They have 2 dogs, and I want to say 3 cats. So they would be, if the proposed 3 total was the cap, they would be well in excess of that. Now, they have an acre of land behind their house, because that's a unique thing with the Joslyn Drain over there in Pontiac Knolls, but it's not like the animals are on that acre of land. I mean, they have a pretty compact house. And so it's the practical application of it is where some of that planning commission concern came to be. But it's fun that you said Jurassic Park, because chickens are descendants from dinosaurs, so it's a little Jurassic Park angle. And I really appreciate that per the code enforcement's challenges of trying to apply our city's code when it comes to chickens in particular, it was conflicting, it wasn't clear, and there was no pathway about what's the deal with coops? What's the deal with, are they allowed to be free range, or must be contained? This is putting a lot more clarity for all residents to know, hey, if you want to play the chicken game in Pontiac, no roosters, there's got to be a coop, it's got to be in the back, there's got to be an enclosure, you've got to have it inspected annually, you can't have food on the ground to attract rats, the food has to be contained. So I appreciate code enforcement being able to shape that so that way we're still allowing the freedom for Pontiac residents to live how they want to live, but within reason, so that way it doesn't infringe and impact everyone else regardless of what they have.
And I'll tell you, that conversation stemmed from, as I said, a lot of phone calls coming in with chickens, but more importantly, I was doing an inspection on Liberty Street one day, a rental inspection, and got out of the car and I was met with about 30 to 35 free-range chickens that they were nice to me. They didn't, they weren't aggressive, but they did block the road over there near Liberty and Johnson. So,
Councilwoman James, and then Councilman Rutherford.
Yes, I agree with the changes that you want to make as far as registering that unlicensed houses. We need to definitely step up, make sure they are registered, and I agree basically with the animal decisions that have been made as well. This has nothing to do with cats and dogs, but I have a concern about how we control exotic animals. We've got people who, choose to keep very strange animals as pets. Huge snakes, alligators, what's termed exotic animals. And often when these citizens are no longer able to maintain these animals, or they get too big, there was just an article in the paper this week that the police had encountered a 8-foot alligator in a attic of a house. So how are we addressing exotic animals? And do we need something in writing that really looks at, being able to keep these things? And certainly when people get ready to get rid of them, they should not be putting them in our waters and just abandoning them in parks and other things. So could someone address that?
So I will say to all the public, if you have an animal that you brought in that isn't allowed in the city, and it's becoming a challenge for you to maintain that animal or insect or reptile in your property, I've established a relationship with the Oakland County Animal Control, and in my previous job, I'm nationally certified as an animal control officer and animal welfare expert. So I have a lot of contacts in the field. It's oftentimes I'll use some resources for folks that deal with snakes and a lot of those exotics to come and help us out when people are willing to turn them over. But a lot of those animals are prohibited in our city, and so I would strongly encourage people to check with our department or check on the website under that code of prohibited animals to make sure that an animal they're bringing into the city isn't allowed or is allowed.
Okay.
Anything further, Councilwoman James?
No.
Okay. And you may remember that last year we reviewed the ordinance of the existing language when it came in part to exotic pets, and the current ordinance in the city prohibits any animal that would be a danger to others. So a venomous snake, an alligator, those would qualify as potentially dangerous to others, and they are not allowed in the city of Pontiac. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Councilman Rutherford.
Jack, one question for you, and then I'll have a question for Mark. Would this ordinance help you with the issue going on Argyle with the illegal dog shelter if we approve this one?
It would definitely, we're already litigating that case, and we're feeling very favorable that it's going to have a positive outcome. But it would definitely it would make it a lot easier initially when we come across those. Okay. We could go right to that ordinance and issue a violation right on that ordinance.
Okay. Mark, please, sir. Thank you, Jack. Question, what was the vote? Just two questions. What was the vote from the planning commission in the zoning in regards to changing group transitional housing?
The vote was 6-0.
Okay. And then my other question is this: did you do any case studies on how this would affect people who are coming back, returning citizens? And if so, can you show me what you used?
We did not do any case studies. And one of the challenges in this was the quantity that we have in this community. We feel administration, we feel from residents. We hear all the time about the number and the cluster of these, and because they're unlicensed. And so we don't have the tangible data, and we're going to be getting that once this license program begins.
And my follow-up is, there was an article in the Washington Post you might want to read about the largest group of homelessness is basically the baby boomers. And so they're having a problem finding adequate housing. So would this not affect if someone opened up a group home, how those people could get housing as well?
So the city's looking at various housing options, I think, as we move forward here. Please share that, and we can discuss at the next council meeting and share that article with City Council.
Yep.
Further discussion? So sounds like there might be some changes that the council would be interested in, and so for at our second reading, we can consider amendments and let the majority will and community feedback help shape that. Manager McIntyre, you mentioned the situation over this weekend where there was multiple dogs. Right now, if nothing has changed, but right now, the current limit, am I understanding correctly, that a household can have no more than 3 dogs presently?
More than 3 dogs constitute a kennel, and kennels are not allowed in residential districts.
Okay.
So it's enforceable.
Yep, so that's the current enforcement guideline for the city of Pontiac. So if you have strong concerns about something going on in your neighborhood and you want code enforcement to know about it, that's the lay of land currently, regardless of what further tweaks we make. So that incident over the weekend, that already was outside of what's permitted in Pontiac.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So we welcome the public at these and future gatherings. Provide your feedback. What's the practical application in your neighborhood? What does it mean for you and your current or future pet situation? The language right now would say that, what's being proposed, at least the language is that a household can have no more than 3 dogs, no more than 3 cats, and no more than 3 of any other species of pets. But there can be no more than 9 total. And you've heard from City Council that we're probably going to consider bringing that 9 total down, which might change the calculation of what pets you're able to keep in your house. And this is not us trying to micromanage or control. It's about the health, safety, and welfare of the houses, the residents, and the neighborhoods. Is that a fair way to put it?
It is, and then in addition, if you're chicken people, then you would add 6 chickens to that as well.
That's right. So the chickens are in a different lane all unto themselves. We're talking about household pets. And we welcome your feedback so that way we can land at the right magic figure. Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the resolution approving the first reading. Again, this is an ordinance amendment. We require at least 2 readings. So this is not baking into the cake now. It's just saying we have read it for the first time. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on that resolution approving the first reading. Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford?
Yes.
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 That motion carries, and please don't tell my dad I was telling his pet business. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the first reading of the municipal code ordinance text amendment?
So moved.
Is there a second? It's been moved by Councilman Nicholson, seconded by Councilman Parker. This is the municipal code, essentially mirrored portion to what we were just discussing. So I'll forego reading all of the chapters, sections, et cetera, but you can see that in the written copy of the agenda. Without objection, I'll give the floor to the city attorney. Is the microphone live? Okay.
Good evening, Council. Before you tonight are 4 amendments to the municipal ordinance. The first one is easy. It just is modifying the section with regard to prohibited animals. As we discussed earlier, there was a conflict between the municipal ordinance and the zoning ordinance with regard to chickens. This simply removes chickens from the list of prohibited animals. The second issue is neighborhood sanitation. Specifically, this has to do with the feeding of wild animals. When we were amending the zoning ordinance, we had some very, very clear language with regard to ground feeding, which is prohibited, and the feeding of chickens in general. In that regard, in order to make sure that our neighborhoods are safe and clean, we went ahead and amended the municipal code to prohibit all ground feeding and prohibit the feeding of wild animals. This does not include the feeding of birds or squirrels, as long as those are done in bird feeders that are suspended from the ground. The next section that we modified has to do with dog kennels and tethering of dogs. The specific amendment to this is changing the location of those dog kennels where they can and cannot be kept. But specifically, the change was with regard to the tethering of dogs. The city has received a number of complaints about the tethering of dogs and the safety of both those dogs and residents. And as a result, we were asked to modify the municipal code to specify terms and requirements for the tethering of dogs. There are two main changes. The first change is that in order to ensure the safety of the dog, the tether has to be at least 3 times the length of the dog and has to be attached to a harness or a non-choke collar for the safety of the dog, so that the dog can't harm himself by being tethered in the yard. The second change is that tethering is going to be limited to no more than 3 hours a day for no more than 2 hours at a time. So 2 hours at each time, an additional hour if you want, but the dog can't be tethered outside all day because that's not healthy for the dog. Then finally, the last change with regard to the municipal code before you has to do with transient housing. There currently exists regulation for transient housing similar to our rental housing language that requires inspections for transient housing. Obviously, the use of the word transient housing is not something I would have chosen had I drafted this ordinance originally, but that's the language of the municipal ordinance as exists currently. We simply were editing that language to include the unlicensed group homes and specify that all boarding houses, unlicensed group or residential facilities, licensed residential facilities, and any other homes that have multiple residents that are not related must register with the city and undergo inspections every year. There currently is a requirement for all of those facilities to have an annual inspection, but there's no requirement that those facilities register with the city, and so therefore there are some facilities that have not been inspected, which creates dangers for residents, and so we're trying to limit that with this modification.
Thank you. Again, this is a first reading, so what's before us is just the resolution acknowledging it's been read for a first time. It will come before us at least a second time, and this is mirroring the zoning ordinance, so they're intended to be in tandem. And in the past, especially when it comes to the livestock issue, the two things said different things. So it really tied code enforcement's hand when it came to chickens and another situation. It was not aligned. So the basic thing is that it would align it, but two, it would make sure that whatever we're saying is the deal in zoning, it's the deal with the municipal code as well. So that way we can make it clear for our residents and property owners. So the motion is for the first reading. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the resolution approving the first reading of this municipal code ordinance text amendment. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution's approved, and it'll be back next week for further deliberation. If you don't like it, do like it, have questions or clarifications, we welcome that feedback next week and the days leading up to it. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the first reading of a municipal
Moved by
code?
Carrington.
Support.
Moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilwoman Rutherford. This municipal code ordinance text amendment amends Article 2, Chapter 94, Section 26, refuse containers and yard waste containers specifications to add subsection G regarding regulation of waste containers storage. Again, this is a first reading, so we will not be enacting or adopting this tonight. It's the first reading. So, without objection, I'll give the floor to the city attorney.
Good evening again. This is an amendment to the municipal code with regard to refuse and yard waste containers. Specifically, the goal of the city is to ensure that refuse and yard waste containers are not kept on the curb or kept within sight at all times. The requirements are that the containers will either be kept in a garage or out of view of the front yard, essentially. If you live on a corner lot, you can have the containers visible from that side road, but not from the front road. If you have a medical condition that prohibits you from removing your trash containers, you can seek a waiver from the city for that requirement.
Okay. Manager McIntyre, do you want to give us some practical context for what initiated this proposed change?
So again, a lot of this came from complaints. The direct complaints that came in on this were folks that live next to where a neighboring garbage can is stored. So for example, the attorney and I live next door to each other, and I'm keeping my garbage can on the side of my driveway, which just happens to be underneath her living room window. And so we were getting a lot of those calls, and we were also getting a lot of vector calls, so rodent activity calls. And so in a municipality that I worked prior, in order to respond to the blight and to the storage nuisance on the neighbors and the rodent activity, we instituted this ordinance. Primarily, our focus was to get garbage cans away from points of entry to the house. Our challenge had to do with rodents. And while we see some of that activity here, I wouldn't say it's as great as the municipality that I came from, but it serves the same purpose. So objectively, what we'd want to see is cans away from side doors and front doors or front porches. The way we used to put them away, when I was a kid, you brought your can in at the end of the day and you stored it away somewhere where it wasn't a nuisance to neighbors, and so that's why we brought this forward.
All right, Councilman Nicholson?
Is there a fee for the waiver?
No. Nope.
Thanks.
Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I definitely like to thank Code Enforcement because I know this is an issue and you guys are getting these calls. I'm getting them as well. And definitely I tell residents that I can't tell no one where they can put their garbage can. But I know it is an issue. So I definitely think you guys should try to have some kind of, some kind of policy where we can kind of determine just a little bit so neighbors ain't really arguing with each other constantly concerning simple things in our lives. Because I see a lot of this, and I see people arguing. I see people get upset with each other, and it's just surprising me that people are not going to fisticuffs over a lot of this stuff that's going on in this city. So I definitely commend you guys as trying to look at our policy and try to make sure we can better the policy that they serve our community in a very positive manner. Thank you.
Further discussion? First reading. It'll be before us again. We welcome community feedback as we deliberate as well. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution approving the first reading, meaning it's been read for a first time as the city charter requires. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford. Carrington.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the proposed budget amendment, increasing the appropriation
So moved.
for other professional services of $200,000? It's GL account 101-201-818.000.
So moved.
Councilman Rutherford moves, and was that a second from Councilman Nicholson? Okay, so it's now before us. Administration, you have the floor.
Thank you, President McGinnis. I'd like to hand this agenda item over to our Finance Director, Tim Sadowski.
Hello. The city has spent the allocated budget currently with CHVT, which is our contracted consultant for accounting services. This budget amendment will allow the city to complete its accounting through fiscal year end June 30th and keep on track with the year-end audit that we anticipate to start in September.
Thank you. Any discussion? It was reviewed 2 weeks ago when we authorized the clerk to publish notice of the budget amendment, proposed budget amendment, so the community also was given ample consideration. Councilman Nicholson.
I just want to say thank you to the director and also the deputy director. The Finance Committee has been really watching these budget or these account reconciliations coming to a head, and the schedule that we're on now, especially with the additional support and also shoring up the original contractor to really provide that support in a way that's meaningful. We're now on a schedule to be able to report in real time, just where we were never that way. I mean, when I started with finance, I think we were reporting 4 months in arrears. So this is very encouraging, and I'm glad we're going to get, and we have a path to be on track after this is done. I think it was August,
August 30th. By August 30th, the city should be up to date on closing month end within 30 days after the current month.
With existing staff, so that's fantastic.
Further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution approving the proposed budget amendment. Clerk Doyle.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Nicholson?
Yes.
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 Goodman?
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted and the budget is hereby amended. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution? It's moved by Councilman Rutherford. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilman Parker. This resolution authorizes the city clerk to publish a proposed budget amendment, so it'll be before us for actual adoption in 2 weeks. It's this current budget year, 2022-2023. It increases the budget appropriations for 101-925-992.084 debt services, Ottawa Phoenix Center, by $663,700, and 101-925-955.084 interest expense, Ottawa Phoenix Center, $314,777. It decreases the budget appropriation in the following GL account: 585-925-995.084 interest expense, Ottawa Phoenix Center, by that $978,477 to record the Ottawa Phoenix Center debt payment in the general fund instead of the parking enterprise fund. Mayor Grimel?
Thank you, Mr. President. This budget item relates to the convoluted Phoenix Center deal that the previous mayor entered into, by which the city bought the Ottawa Towers office buildings and then sold them to a separate private owner the same day the city bought it from the first private owner, and then immediately flipped it to a second private owner at a loss of $6 million to the city and its taxpayers. That left the city with a roughly $6 million debt that the city was obligated to pay off over the ensuing years. And so that's what this debt relates to. It's what these debt payments relate to. I know that there were some questions asked during public comment about the Phoenix Center, including the fact that the lessee of the Phoenix Center garage has not made required improvements. And we're in a difficult position because the agreement that the previous mayor entered into when she flipped these office towers for a $6 million loss and ensuing debt to the city, but also leased the Phoenix garage for 99 years to that private owner. Although that private owner was supposed to make improvements to that garage, there's not very enforceable language in that lease. And so that lease says that the private owner is supposed to, the private owner of the towers, who has this 99-year lease on the garage, is supposed to make improvements, but there's very little in the way of enforcement language that the city can rely on to force that private owner to actually live up to that obligation. I think the member of the public also asked about an appropriation from the federal government, and it's true that Senator Gary Peters did secure $1 million, not the $2 million that the public speaker referenced, but $1 million for improvements to the amphitheater. But that is a small fraction of the total cost needed to bring that amphitheater up to actual use. Moreover, that $1 million that was secured by Senator Peters has not yet been actually dispersed to the city. And with that, I'll allow our finance director to get into the specifics about why this budget amendment is needed regarding the $6 million debt that the previous mayor left the city and its residents with.
When the Raymond auditors completed the last fiscal year audit, there was an audit write-up that the expenditure was not properly recorded in the general fund. The city had continued that practice, and that is why this budget amendment is required, as Fund 585 cannot support that debt obligation. The general fund has to support that debt obligation because under state law, the city of Pontiac cannot have a deficit position. We're not the federal government. So the general fund has to cover that obligation, and that is why we are moving it from Fund 585 to the general fund.
Discussion. Again, this authorizes the clerk to post the notice. In 2 weeks, we'll be able to consider whether we want to make that budget amendment. Any discussion on the motion to authorize the clerk to post the notice, and it'll be back before us in 2 weeks? Yes, Councilwoman James.
I was just wondering if he could clarify. You said that we have to be within budget, or we can't have a deficit. That's why you're choosing to move it to the general fund? Because it would not show any kind of a deficit in that fund?
Correct. It was moved by Raymond. An adjustment was made to last year's audit, so a deficit was not recorded in Fund 585. And it's on our books. However, when the adjustment was made, it wasn't appropriated by the city council because it was a year after adjustment. Now, the practice was continuing when I hired in, and I noticed that there was an audit write-up that it needed to be reallocated to the general fund, so we didn't have a repeat of the prior year audit. And that is what this amendment does. It reallocates the debt payment in the current fiscal year that needed to be done in the last fiscal year also that was not happening.
Thank you. Further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the resolution authorizing the city clerk to publish the proposed budget amendment. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. The clerk is authorized to post the notice. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the petition to vacate parcel 1417-403-004 at 1104 Baldwin Avenue? Was that Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman. We give the floor to the administration for context.
I'll turn this item over to Planning Manager Yandrick.
Okay. I have a small presentation this evening. This is a right-of-way vacation for an alley, application PVSA 2301. The address is at 1104 Baldwin. The applicant is Najah Hermes, who also goes by Nick. And again, it's an alley vacation in the C3 zoning district. So this is the first step for the applicant in order to reopen an automobile dealership at the site. I will explain some of the details in a moment. So this is the location along Baldwin. It is between Strathmore and Fairmount Avenues. And this is the zoning map, just identifying the commercial corridors on Baldwin and the residential neighborhood that is behind the alley. So this is the site plan provided by the applicant. And what is unique about this? This is one parcel. There are two disjointed areas that are part of this vacation. We did legal research with our attorneys, and these were acquired for alley and right-of-way purposes, and so the request is to vacate these. As you can tell, there's a lot of grass up here, so this is really an unimproved alley. And then there's been an existing car business that has been vacant for, staff thinks approximately 4 or 5 years, so I mean, it's obviously been vacant for a while. While there is a grassed over access here, the only real access on the site is on this alley, what is currently an alley. And it's requested to be vacated because the owner needs this, either a license agreement for the city to operate within city-owned land or to vacate this alley. So those are the options to continue the use here. Just for some orientation, this is a Google Maps site of the former, I think that's Bob Wolf's Auto Sales, if you're familiar with Baldwin Avenue. Just showing the existing fence. That driveway I mentioned is on the right of your screen, and it's looking at the residential neighborhood. And then this is looking at the proposed alley. There's a proposed gate here. It will remain as part of the future site plan, but does give the applicant, if this vacation is granted, full access for rights as if any other business where you typically have ingress and egress. So I'm not going to go through each section, but your staff report identifies the standards of approval for a street vacation, or which includes alley. And really, it's talking about items that are necessary for public purpose. Each of these items that are here identify, ensure that the city has opportunities to say that there's not a detrimental aspect to the public, whether there will not be increase in noise, dust, or any reason that's detrimental. Existing street, alleys, right-of-ways provide sufficient access. So that is evaluated by planning staff and by Public Works. In this review, the alley does not appear to be used for necessary access to adjacent properties on the residential streets. Private utilities are going to need easements if this is vacated. And Planning Commission passed a resolution approval of this right-of-way vacation 6-0. Just some additional details is that the commercial properties of the north and south have had the alleys vacated. So this is really consistent with what's going on Baldwin. And from staff's perspective, this is an attempt by the applicant to repurpose an existing building and reface it and activate a business again. And vacating this alley assists that business to do that because these two areas are owned by the city for public purposes, and we want, this needs to be relinquished if it's going to be used for private purposes. So this is not a public hearing. This is a one-time resolution this evening. The applicant is here if you have any questions for him, but I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
Yes, thank you. Council, we have any questions? Councilwoman Rutherford.
I just have a question. If this is approved, what is the timeline for when the dealership will open?
So we can ask the applicant, but from a site plan process, we anticipate about 2 months, just getting the necessary approvals from engineering and building to move forward. So,
okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilwoman James.
Yes, I'm wondering what is the reason why that has to be vacated in order for the business owner to reopen that business? I'm not getting the.
Sure, and that's a great question. So these sections of land are really needed to be used for access onto the property. And being that there's an existing gate and fence here, if he was not using the property for private purposes, that fence and gate needs to be removed. But what this also does is it actually increases the setback and brings this property more into compliance between the residential neighbors. I didn't mention both neighbors actually signed off on this vacation, and one of them actually came to the public hearing in support of this vacation. But what this does is it allows him to use these two areas in red for private purposes. Both are already paved, but he would not be able to use this property without getting another access point, and also he would need to block off this area. He wouldn't be able to park cars. This would be used for a used car facility, a used car retail shop. He would not be able to park, have any vehicles here, have any private purposes on this land if this vacation was not approved.
So is that considered a road for the city of Pontiac? Would that be property that we would then have to submit for the state that we are vacating that property? Is that considered a road? You're calling it an alley, but
Yep.
how does the state look at it?
So this is an alley, and I think it's Act 56, if I have the correct number, is what we have to designate to the state. This is not officially a road within the state, and I do not believe that we need to declare that with them.
Councilwoman James, any follow-up questions? No. Okay. Yes, thank you. Concerning this particular vacating of land, do the gentleman own all those plots?
To my knowledge, he does, yes.
Okay. And I guess this is an issue throughout the city when it comes to these alleys. The city hasn't taken care of alleys in this city. And all over the city, people have actually put fence around alleys, use alleys to store they mobile homes, RVs. They have actually taken over these alleys. But I still have some concern, and my concern is that the city is not taking care of the alleys. That is my concern. It's been my concern for about 10 years now. And I just don't want to make it a precedent that we're going to vacate alleys because now we don't have to take care of them. And that's just my concern.
Yeah.
This may pass, but then the last owner actually puts a fence around something that he doesn't own. And for how many years that we said nothing to him? And this is not you just got here. But I'm going to talk about the historical context of what's been going on in this city. So it's kind of a little bit frustrating because we do have people that want land that's by their homes throughout the city and we're not giving it to them, right? Which, so I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to understand the purpose of this, of why we're vacating land and not allowing the general public to also have the opportunity to get those lots by their homes.
Well, this was acquired in 1952 by the city, but when looking at past aerial photos, this is not, the city has not spent money on improving this. I don't know if they intended and never followed through, but I think that's the key thing here is the city hasn't put any investment into here. And that's, while we do get requests for alley vacations, not all of them are coming forward just because of public purposes or other reasons, so.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else on the speaker's list already?
Councilwoman Williford.
Okay, you have the floor.
I'm so glad you asked that question because last year, and this is a question for the administration, we have how many, I guess Kafani, you can answer, Deputy Stevens, we have 800 parcels that the city currently owns, correct?
I don't know the exact number, but it is high, yes.
Okay, and the list was already given last year for the people who were trying to buy it, correct? People signed up with the administration to buy it?
There is a listing of individuals who have come to the city to ask to buy different properties.
Great, and you stated last year that you guys would be selling that land, correct?
Partially correct.
Okay.
I stated that we would be going through that list to determine which of those properties we thought were appropriate to sell.
And so my final question is, have you done it?
Yes, we just finished that this week.
And when will the sale start? To people who've been signed up on the list that you guys have, that was carried over from the previous administration, people in California, people in Nevada who've been calling about the parcels that's right next to their land, when y'all gonna start selling it to them?
So as I said, we just finished going through that list this week, and so recommendations will come to City Council in the very, very near future.
No timeline? Date?
I don't have a timeline date because we have other activities that we are working on, specifically budget, that are a little bit more time pressing.
Thank you.
But it was referenced, but just to make it very clear to the public, nothing that City of Pontiac land, meaning yours and my land, can no longer be the city's unless and until the City Council votes and approves it in that sale or transaction in a public setting. So am I correct in making that very broad statement?
Yes.
Okay. So,
And if I may, this is a little different because it is an alley and a right-of-way. That is not a sale from the Michigan Land Division Act. So, we're doing the proper procedure to vacate this, but that's a little different than the sales that are being discussed here.
And it came up because they were trying to, it had been sort of grandfathered or sort of water under the bridge with the previous ownership, and now that there's a new owner looking to do things the right way and working through your office, it's coming up like, oh, here's these mystery parts of the footprint that commonly might have been assumed or understood to be the privately owned, but clearly it had a public angle.
Yep.
Okay. Is that a hand? No, Deputy Mayor.
And so, thank you, Council President. If the attorney could just briefly reiterate what Manager Yandrick said about the distinction between land that the city owns and is just land, and land that is specifically designated as right-of-way or, right-of-way.
Yep, so that's a very good question. When parcels of property are dedicated to a municipality for public purposes, like rights-of-way, alleyways, roadways, but also things like parks, the city's rights in transferring that property are restricted. We can't sell property that's dedicated for a public purpose under the Land Division Act because the city does not possess the right to sell those properties. We can, under the Land Division Act, vacate that alleyway and transfer it back from city ownership, from municipal ownership, to private ownership. There are specific procedures on how we do that if properties are designated for a public purpose. And we do have the deed in which this land was transferred to the city for the purpose of an alleyway.
Any further discussion?
I do have one more question.
Councilman Rutherford.
So if we make this privatized, is that taxable income that we receive from this land?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
Councilman James.
Yeah, one other question. When we vacate land, is there anything in our ordinance that ensures that the person will use that property, for the purpose intended? Because what I'm concerned about is our vacating property, and then, for instance, if this person's business does not get off the ground and it actually remains a property that's eyesore and not really contributing anything to the city. So is there anything in the language of these vacations that say that property has to be maintained a certain way, or that property needs to be used for the purpose intended for that vacation?
Well, I think, put a different way, can the vacating of this parcel that is currently part alley and part corner right-of-way, can that be conditional upon the private owner redeveloping this site within a specific time frame?
Unfortunately, no, not under the Land Division Act and under the terms of our ordinance. That being said, the parcel is still going to be subject to our zoning ordinance, and they have to use the parcel in accordance with our zoning ordinance.
But I think the concern is, what if they don't use it for anything? What if they don't follow through and actually redevelop the property? The zoning restricts what they can use it for, but it does not compel redevelopment.
That's correct. Unfortunately, the language of our ordinance with regard to the vacation of roadways does not allow for any conditions to be placed on that vacation. There are several conditions that are considered. I know Manager Yandrick went through those. I think it's 7 that are considered in determining whether an alleyway should be vacated. Standards, my apologies. And so those are the things that we consider when we are deciding whether or not a right-of-way should be vacated. But the ordinance as written does not allow for the city to place conditions on that vacation.
Councilman James.
Excuse me, the ordinance as allowed, but by law, can the city put, okay, that's what I was saying.
No. Under the Land Division Act, there's no provision that states that the city can place conditions.
I do want to share for my colleagues that at the Planning Commission, at the public hearing, notification goes to folks that live within, a radius of the land in question. A resident who I believe is immediately adjacent did attend and spoke favorably, thinking that it was appropriate. But yeah, I do share Pro Tem Carrington's concerns that not really about this example, but more broadly, we've got to sort of looming problem that's always been there. But the, you know, alleys were so common in terms of how people used it for vehicles, parking, access to trash. I won't say boats. Don't, please, no one put a boat out there. But I hear what you're saying, that it's historically was built for a different way of which people were living. And alley access is not the standard protocol, but it's created now these sort of purgatory slivers of land that oftentimes are subject to dumping, subject to lack of maintenance, and we just want to be very strategic. This doesn't seem to be problematic, but let's say that alleyway kept going and there were other parcels behind it, and then you start landlocking these sort of, you know, zombie former alleys that are still public right-of-way, that it would be very hard for maintenance and upkeep. So it doesn't apply here. I'm supportive of this, but I just want us to be very intentional that we don't create more landlocked zombie right-of-ways. Mayor Grimes?
Yeah, that's a really important point, and that's something that in the 2 or 3 instances where the vacating of alleys has come up since I've been in office and since you've been in office, that's always been the first question, which is, do any residents or private property owners rely on this alley to access their property? Because if they do, obviously it would be inappropriate to vacate that alley if that's the only reasonable means of ingress and egress a private property has to access, for example, a garage in the rear of their property. I too share President Pro Tem Carrington's concerns about the number of alleys we have here in the city and the fact that very few of them are being properly maintained. I think in general, so long as vacating the alleys doesn't result in people not having proper access to their property, the fact that we have so many alleys, the fact that we have so many alleys that have for decades not been properly maintained by the city, is all the more reason to vacate them and put them in private property hands where the private property owner has the means and desire to maintain that, because the city simply does not currently at least have the resources to maintain the many miles of unused alleys in the city. Obviously, the first threshold question is, do property owners or the city, as the case may be, rely on that alley for access? But if the answer is not, or no, then all the more reason to put those in private hands of people who do have the ability and interest in maintaining the property.
Yeah, because probably when that alley was first constructed, there were a number of smaller businesses that were fronting off Baldwin that really had no sort of access point, especially in the middle of the block, that they had to get the alley for their employees or their trash collection, et cetera. So that's no longer applicable. Is there further discussion on this motion before us? Resolution approving the petition to vacate parcel 1417403004 located at 1104 Baldwin Avenue. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
No.
Carrington?
No.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
5 yeas, 2 nays.
The motion carries, the resolution is adopted, and the right-of-way is hereby vacated. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the mayor or the mayor's designee to execute a contract with Elam Service Group LLC to provide
Yes.
on-call mowing and weed abatement services for the city of Pontiac?
So moved, but I have questions.
Support Carrington.
It has been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. The motion is now before us. We'll give the floor to the administration to give the context, and Councilman Rutherford's got the first hand up.
Thank you, Mr. President. This item is about entering into a contract with the Elam Service Group to mow grass on privately owned parcels of land and potentially on some publicly owned parcels of land where the owner is not properly maintaining that land, where we have a code enforcement violation and then need to go out and abate that nuisance by spending money ourselves to hire a contractor to mow that grass, as the private owner should be doing, and then bill that private owner for the expense that the city has incurred by retaining that service. We have our code enforcement manager, Jack McIntyre, here. So Manager McIntyre, why don't you speak to this. And I now see that we have our purchasing manager, Alicia Martin, here too. You were hiding behind a member of the audience. So why don't you feel free to chime in as well, Manager Martin?
Good evening, everyone. The solicitation for on-call mowing and weed abatement services for the city of Pontiac was posted to BidNet and the city's purchasing webpage on March the 31st. A total of 10 firms requested the solicitation documentation, and 1 firm submitted a bid. That firm was Elam Service Group, LLC. The contract will be for a not-to-exceed amount of $70,000. The contract will be expiring October of this year. If no questions, are there any questions for me? Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
How much are we paying per yard to the Elams, and has the issue been resolved in regards to other municipalities having different price ranges than we do?
Yeah, so that's what took some of the time, was the negotiation. We did discover that some municipalities were being charged a lower rate for cutting the grass. And so we did go back to the contractor to negotiate those same rates, and he did honor our request in the end.
I guess the follow-up question would be for Jack, so I have to wait till he get up there.
Might as well, yeah.
Okay, I'll just wait till Jack get up there. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Councilman Nicholson?
Why do we think that the response to the request was so varied? Did we find that our insurance requirements are out of touch, or what's the?
I'm not for sure. I mean, I came up with different reasons in my mind why it could be maybe it wasn't posted long enough to our site to attract more companies to respond. There could be other vendors who have had association with the city in past times who may have some concerns. So we're really creating a survey, if you will, to kind of go back out and ask vendors like why you did not participate, especially for some of those vendors who have reached out to us and said that they were interested. So we'll be able to capture some of that information as we go through the process.
Okay. Manager McIntyre, if you want to offer further context for the need and the application, what's it going to look like practically, and then we'll provide further deliberation from there.
So, as Alicia had mentioned, we had a robust conversations with the Elam company. We did ask them to honor the same costs that they were having with another community. They are willing to do that. We are enthusiastic to have them start. We started writing up grass violations almost 3 weeks ago, so there's definitely properties that need to be cut, and that's where we're at with this. We made a decision. We are gonna have it as a contract, and we are gonna start going out for bid much sooner. That might be part of it. Sometimes when you go out for bid in the early spring for a grass contract, a lot of contractors have already hired their staff, or they've already got contracts in place. So we're going to go out this fall instead. We're going to go out early for next season.
Very good. Pro Tem Carrington, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. First, I definitely know this is needed, and I'm glad you stated that you'll start going out earlier next season. Also, I know we have talked about or made a suggestion concerning looking at the past 3 years of code violations and see that the same consistent individuals or organizations basically do the same thing every summer. And that we be proactive in sending a letter out in April saying, look, this is where you at for the last 3 years. Our ordinance says April the 1st, grass got to start being cut. But as long as we continue to be late on it, it's going to be June before these yards get their first cut, which is required by our ordinance as of April. So just a suggestion. I'm not trying to tell you what to do. I know you're under the mayor's administration, but it's just a suggestion because we haven't got a hold of this. And I know you're trying hard. I see you out there. I see code enforcement out there. But the thing is that we are definitely behind the 8 ball right now.
Yeah, so To your point, we are going to go out early on this contract. We're going to lock somebody in this fall, so we already know that we have a contract in place when grass season starts. That way, we can post grass notices as you're going through your neighborhoods. You're probably noticing grass notices on doors that essentially tells the occupant that they have 7 days to correct it. And if they don't correct it on their own, then we will have a contractor come on the 8th day to do that. One thing that we're doing now is I've asked all the folks in the department to start tracking their consistent problem properties so that we have a list already to start with next year, so we know what some of the chronic ones, like you mentioned, so we can make sure that those are getting addressed right away.
And also, I have a follow-up statement. Also concerning, I know some of the land is owned by Oakland County. Some of it's owned by the city. I just want to be fair in this. I don't want to say one is not doing their job, because we have a major problem, and we have different entities that controls who owns land in our city. So we have organizations as well that we respect that also own land.
School district.
So I just want to be true that I'm talking about everybody.
Yeah.
The thing is, we do have a problem. And I'm sorry, I had to laugh at what she said, because basically,
That was fun.
but basically we have an issue, and it's our friends,
Yeah.
it's organizations that we trust, it's municipal governments,
Facts.
it's everyone, state of Michigan.
School district.
I'm just gonna say this, it's everyone, and we have to be more, we gotta be proactive in making sure that our community looks like Bloomfield Hills.
I agree.
We just can't wait, and that's all I want to say.
I agree. One thing I'll say real quick is we have a really healthy relationship with Jill Robinson over at the county. She's already provided us a list and a schedule of her cuts that are going to happen for the land bank properties. Mr. Cooley and myself got together early on so we could establish which were city properties, so that my folks, a lot of them are new and don't know all the city properties, so they now are in possession of those city property lists too. So they take those around with them to make sure they all get enforcement. So the county gets notice, the state gets notice. The municipality I came from, the state had decided they weren't going to cut any properties in that city. So we cut a lot of state property. Our contractor did, and the state of Michigan received the bills for them. So, but the important thing is to have a consistent schedule, and I think, you know, as you guys have determined to have one person in each district, we have a regular routine and schedule where we're covering those areas that maybe were overlooked before. But I welcome all calls. If we miss something, Councilman Rutherford sends quite a lot of messages, including pictures, so and almost points, so we know exactly where to go to get to those properties that are overgrown. So it's always going to be very crazy in the beginning of grass season. I've been doing grass seasons for about 17 years. It's always bumpy. Grass grows differently in the beginning. You can have half the grass, which is 3 or 4 inches, and then the other half of it, which is 9 inches. So it'll kind of settle itself down by the end of June, especially as it gets warmer and a lot of the grass goes dormant. So,
Thank you.
Councilman Rutherford.
All right, so my question is, if we do this contract today, when will they start? That's the first one. And then the second one is, who is going back to check and see if the work is actually done?
So the way the contract works is, in order for the the first part of the question is, if approved tonight, then the purchasing department will execute the contract and present it to the mayor for a signature. I'd like them to start as soon as possible. The second part of it is, the way it's set up is the contractor is required to take before and after pictures, time-stamped and date-stamped. When they submit their invoice to us, we review all those pictures to make sure that the property was cut on the date that it was, designed to be cut, and they won't be paid if they can't, produce the documentation and the pictures specifically that they cut the grass. But the code enforcement folks are constantly on those same blocks, on the same days of each week. So in addition to that, they'll be following up on those.
And you'll get my list tomorrow. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion before us. All right, the motion is to adopt the resolution to approve the mayor or the mayor's designee to execute a contract with Elam Service Group LLC to provide on-call mowing and weed abatement services for the city of Pontiac. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes?
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the mayor or his designee to execute a contract with the Major Group LLC to provide production company and event coordinator services for the City of Pontiac Arts Crawl event? Moved by Councilman Rutherford. Is there a second?
Support.
Moved by Rutherford, seconded by Goodman. The motion is now before us. Mayor Brimel.
Thank you, President McGinnis. This is similar to an agenda item that we brought forward a week or two ago to hire a professional events organizer for the Lawn Chair Concert Series this summer. This item is to hire a professional events organizer for the annual Arts Crawl, which occurs every summer in downtown Pontiac. And with that, I'll turn it over to our purchasing manager, Alicia Martin.
Thank you. The Art Crawl is a one-day event that will feature live music, art for sale by local artists and food vendors during the summer. The event will occur along Saginaw Street. The solicitation for the Art Crawl was posted to BidNet and the city's purchasing webpage on April the 4th. A total of 9 firms requested the solicitation documents and 1 firm submitted a bid. The firm that submitted the bid is the Major Group LLC. The contract not to exceed amount shall be $34,950 for this event. Are there any
The
questions?
motion's before us. Any discussion? Councilman Nicholson?
Yeah, so just the same concern, just wanting to help get that feedback back, and data is super important in this process. I just want to see if there's anything that we can change or improve about the process to help them get from cradle to grave.
So this was an aggressive timeline for this particular activity by Michael Martin, who we were working very closely with him just to make sure it was getting posted, make sure the opportunity was available. We did have some interest. Some individuals called in, they asked additional questions, but they just did not respond. So that endeavor, we will start focusing more on getting that feedback so we will be able to present it when I discuss about who's pulling down documents.
Any further discussion? Hearing nothing further, roll call on adoption of the resolution approving the mayor or his designee to execute a contract with the Major Group LLC to provide production company event coordinating services for the Pontiac Arts Crawl event. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James, McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution in support of maintaining Saturday service for Smart Route 796 serving Perry Optic? It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman. Since Councilman Goodman authored the resolution, I'll give the floor to him.
Not to belabor the point all too much, but at the last council meeting, I did mention that SMART is currently doing their public hearings surrounding their routes across the county, which includes many different expansions. To highlight that point, with the passing of the millers, they have expanded services from Farmington Hills to Novi, which now connects to the Woodward line. Adding service in Rochester that also, again, does connect to the lines that touch Pontiac. So there have been expansions. However, they are currently debating whether or not they will maintain Saturday service for what is the Perry Updike route that goes towards Oakland University, again, for Saturdays only. And personally, I believe that even on Saturdays, with slightly lower ridership, there are still people who need the bus to get not only to work, but back and forth between, whatever appointments, whatever shopping needs, or again, just making it back and forth between campus because they wanted to visit their family on the weekend and they had no way to drive. So I offered this to make sure that we can present it to, I personally will be presenting it to the SMART board meeting this Thursday from the city to make sure that we make it known that we would like to maintain the stop and obviously support other expansion for transit in the city of Pontiac.
Thank you. Further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes. Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
Motion carries. Resolution is adopted. We are now at public comment. Pro Tem Carrington, who's up?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Ms. Veronica Taylor?
Good evening, council and mayor. I'm coming to you from our own prosecuting attorney's office today. As we know, we have an awesome Oakland County prosecuting attorney, Karen McDonald. Her Justice Racist Board is now having a spongement fair on June 3rd. And I would like to thank the city of Pontiac that the mayor put together to come up under our board with the Racist Justice Board to help bring home people from prison. So our Karen McDonald's office is very friendly, free, where you can walk in now with any problems that you have, that you can come in and talk with them without being scared to go into jail. So to say, we hope to see you at the Spongement Fair that would be here. Clinic will be here starting Saturday, June 3rd from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the UWAM Sports Arena, 867 South East Boulevard, Pontiac, Michigan. We need you all to register, and we would like to thank again the mayors of the city of Pontiac for coming and being up under our own prosecuting attorney. Thank you, and hope to see you all there.
Thank you. Mr. Robert Bass?
Good evening. My name is Robert Bass. I'm Citizen District Council President. It has come to my attention that an agreement has been concluded with Oakland County to the purchase of Ottawa Towers and Phoenix Center a few weeks ago and approved by the county commissioners. Now, we just went through a budget hearing about monies going there to Ottawa Towers. All of this is our money. I need to know how this is running into each other. I need to know how the wheeling and dealing is going down. What was we as the resident and leaders have not seen any of the final documents to the city of Pontiac Ottawa Towers private-public partnership to date. And now it appears that another deal has taken place that the residents are unaware of. In violation of the city charter, page 6, 3113, transfer of city property and contracts. We are requesting a full document disclosure of the following: Ottawa Towers, Phoenix Center Partnership Agreement, and the Oakland County deal. The forensic audit. Why was the forensic audit capped at $1.6 million when it was estimated at $25 million? All land sold, traded, and transferred to date. We would like that. Now, y'all always talking about transparency, and that's what you always allude to. We want to see it now. We want this information. I read 7 documents today about the agreement for Crystal Lake and Crystal Lake and over there in your district, Councilwoman James, the park. I can't think of the name of it. Hawthorne. I read 7 pages of that. That's a long agreement. And I also heard, which I never pretty much talk about what I heard, but Councilman James I want to leave this with you, and then I'm going to sit down. If you want to have an ad hoc committee, that's your right as a council person. If you want to have any committee you want, that's your right as a council person. The mayor can do whatever he wants, but you are the council. This is the council. You have any resident committee that you want to have, because it seems like nobody wants us at the table. And I'm so glad that you said that you wanted your residents at the table.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bill Maxey. Mr. Pastor David, is it Rodon? Okay. Dr. Deidre Waterman.
I came to speak primarily about two things: to commend you for passing the resolution to support the Crown Act, which is now moved on to the out of Senate committee. It's now for the full Senate. It is to ban workplace discrimination based upon racial national hair, so that's good. But also the Phoenix Center. I just heard what Mr. Baxter said. I guess we'll have you comment and see if that's what pertains. But I did know, and the reason I brought up the Phoenix Center earlier was because at the budget hearing, there was quite a long closed session amongst the council members that were there. And I thought it was pretty long, just for the only thing that shows up on the agenda is just you moving, one number to another number. And I wasn't going to spend time on this, but I just want to clarify something our current mayor said, and that was about the Phoenix Center. He said it was a convoluted deal that I entered into. I had to enter into it because the council had 4 votes and told me that was the choice they made. The Phoenix Center, and I'm not going to go into this because it'll come back up later. Phoenix Center, we were in a bind by the emergency manager. And we had settled the agreement, and the council had voted to settle the agreement. And as part of that, the council had to come up with a way to finance that in 2 years, or we were going to default. So the council had several ways we presented to them. They chose the more convoluted, complex method rather than the one that would have been much more easy for the city to handle. But it was the council who voted for that because of infighting amongst themselves, and we had to have it done because we didn't. If we defaulted on this, the attorneys told me we're going to go right into court. We're not only going to lose the Phoenix Center, but the potential would have a $30 million judgment levy visited on all of us, me included. So I just wanted to say, when the mayor says it was convoluted and he can't enforce it, some things are hard, but you got to do what you can to make sure the citizens get their due. And so that's why that particular settlement was done, and that's why that particular deal was done with the public-private partnership, because that's the only thing the council would vote on, could get 4 votes to vote on. The other thing is the recreational marijuana referendum that the clerk told us is going to be on. There were 2 choices. People sign this and a petition. So council either had a choice to repeal the ordinance, which they didn't do, or was going to be on the ballot. So I was kind of shocked after all this time it's consumed to get this recreational marijuana to the city, adult use marijuana. Why would people sign for the against it to be repealed? So I don't have time to tell it, but I wonder what you guys found out about it. I did talk to a couple of people, and I will maybe at a later time say what it is they told me.
Thank you, Dr. Waterman. Ms. Tamika Ramsey.
Good evening, everyone. I have a lot, so I'm going to go fast. First, I would like to thank Mr. Cooley for making sure that my trash got picked up. Once again, I live on the end of a cul-de-sac, and it got missed because the week before we forgot to put the trash out. But I, excuse me, also wanted to highlight that I don't have street lights, and we had some cars stolen on the park there, and the police came and got them, and then people were having sex in cars on the street and using drugs. Well, 2 nights ago there was a dog fight and I called the non-emergency number, and I don't know if the police ever made it out there, but after a half hour, I started flickering lights trying to get the people to leave, and they left. And so I just want to say some streets don't have street lights, and because there are only 3 houses on my block, like, we're very susceptible to that. Also, I pay someone to come and cut the grass in part of the cul-de-sac because the grass gets really high and people, it can be dangerous. Animals, people, kids. So I just wanted to highlight that. I'm hoping, I was on a call, and I am hoping that the city is working with the school district for summer youth programs within the schools. Harrington might not be open for summer programs, and the Lancaster is really nervous about that. There are a lot of kids served, and so I am hoping that the city of Pontiac is working with the school district, and I'll be at the school district the following week to have the same request from them. I also wanted to talk about the forensic audit and where are we in that process. I know that it has happened. I know that it had been sent to the Attorney General, but where are we? Because we have people coming up here every week saying things that aren't necessarily true, that are talking about problems they created, but can we figure out what is the result with the forensic audit? And my last thing is I have been in D.C. Begging elected officials to support small businesses, not only in Pontiac, but around the state of Michigan. The state of Michigan has a $1.9 billion surplus. The federal government is still using a lot of ARPA funds and reallocating money. But I want to also know what the city of Pontiac is doing. Businesses, while y'all are trying to figure stuff out, are closing. Families are hurting. And I just want to make sure that we have a spotlight on those businesses, because I can and will fill this chamber up if I have to have those businesses come down and talk about what supports they need, and if they need to have the right people up there in those seats to make sure that their needs and concerns are being met. Because I appreciate the art crawl. I do. I appreciate the arts and the concert lounge series, but there are people in this city who pay taxes, who have businesses that are hurting and feel unheard right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsey. Pastor Kathy?
First of all, the zoning districts, how are those determined? And would changing the parameters of that District 4 make a difference in the issues that are being addressed? Because I really don't have any idea how that is arrived at. Number 2, 9 chickens. Have you ever lived around chickens? Chickens stink. Chickens are dirty. Chickens are noisy. I mean, we may be eliminating roosters, but chickens make noise. 9 chickens is a lot of chickens in the city. You don't want to live next door to them. Talking about the other types of animals like snakes, and just in case you think that doesn't happen around here, I was at a softball game last night, and they were telling me that on the back field of the church, this was a church league, they found a boa constrictor, 6 foot long. Somebody had obviously brought it up from somewhere, and when it got to be too much, they let it go. This is why we need code on these kinds of animals, because people think, oh, they're cute, they're a little pet, we put them in our little aquarium, they grow. And then you don't know what to do with them, and you throw them out in the backyard, and suddenly they're a menace. Are there rules on the books in Pontiac that govern identification of service dogs? I throw the question out there because we have an issue. I'll leave it at that. Are there rules on the books? And if so, how do we access them? And then number 22 on our list tonight for after you're back from your closed session, I'd like to have a presentation on that if we could, so we know more about it and what's wanted and what its purposes are. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrea Mans.
Good evening, everyone. Andrea Manns. First, I'm gonna talk about the trash, but the first thing I wanted to talk about, which it came to me while I was sitting over there, why does, on the south side, I don't know about anywhere else, but on our property taxes, why does it say Bloomfield Hills when we live in Pontiac? Okay, so now to the trash. Next door, up to my house, is 404 Highland, and I've been complaining about it ever since they tried to build in 2019. The grass is already up here, and they come and visit it frequently, and there's still the car inside of the building. And I was told, Mayor Grimer, you was at that meeting when the lady said that the car shouldn't be inside the building. I can't remember what her name was, but the car is still inside the building. The van comes and goes. The owners come and go. If there's a cease and desist and they can't build on it, why are they allowed to come and go and be on the property as they want, and they still are not cutting the grass? Because that means they're coming there, so they're seeing the grass, and they basically saying, kids stay behind, they're gonna do what they want. Okay, and the trash, there's a lot of trash on the south side. I think Melanie has tried to address it, but there's also a lot of dumping. And a question about that, I have vacant property over there, and I pay for trash, but I'm not allowed to have a trash can on my vacant property. So when people dump, what are we supposed to do with that trash if we're paying for trash to be picked up, just like you do for your house? You're paying the same thing on vacant land that you're paying for the house, school and everything else, and no one's living there. So that's not an excuse that there's no house there, because why are you paying all the other property taxes? And the dumping. Oh, and we only get one trash can. Y'all know how fast that one little trash can get full? Almost everybody's about to break their lid trying to fit as much as they can into that one trash can. Yeah, y'all say pay for an extra trash can, but why shouldn't we just have another trash can or some other form of being able to get rid of that trash in one dumping? Because we can only have, what, 2 items, 2 heavy bulk items every other week. But some of the trash that you have is not bulk items. You just have a lot of trash certain weeks, and you're not allowed to put it out there because it has to fit inside the can. So you can't put an extra trash bag out there. So those are my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Darlene Clark.
Good afternoon, council, administration, and audience. First, I want to talk about a couple of things here. I want to talk about, again, let me remind you, the ownership of property in the city of Pontiac is less than a lot less than renters and investors. And why I say this is because Pontiac for years, ever since in the last, I'd say 14 years, has been used as a scapegoat. Let's bring all the trash in Pontiac. Let's bring all the rejects in Pontiac. Let's bring all the prisoners in Pontiac. Let's bring all the halfway houses in Pontiac. Let's bring all the nursing homes in Pontiac. Let's bring all the drug dealers in Pontiac. Oh, let's bring all the cheating in Pontiac, the killing in Pontiac, the guns in Pontiac. And with less residents, and I say this sincerely, we are known for all cities that you go to for advice on code enforcements and ordinance, they are not taking them. We have, the way that it's getting around in Pontiac, our ordinance has allowed, or code enforcement or building, I don't know which department, has allowed prisoners to be registered as renters. They are not registered as prisoners. They're allowed to have up to, I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, up to 6 people in a house paying rent considered as renters. Now, are they registered? I can't answer. But they are on every street in the city of frickin' Pontiac. We go, our kids catch the bus, they get dropped off in front of a halfway house. Now, let's go to the assisted living, the people who's taking mentally challenged people in their homes. And don't get me wrong, I agree with you, these people need a place to stay. I have no problem with that. But with the county coming downtown in the city of Pontiac Why can't we take some of that county land and some of all this land that we have and open up townhouses for halfway houses or for mentally challenged people? We don't have hospitals to house these people. But let me tell you, Birmingham, Troy, all of them said, let's bring them to Pontiac. Let's put at the bus stop, give them tickets, and put them at Pontiac. Pontiac residents, few as they are tired of it. We have, and you talk about affordable housing, these investors that's collecting rent and the tenants that live in do not take care of the property, so they got to make it rent high. The investor is only trying to recoup money that these tenants are tearing up the property with. So we need to reconsider our values. Council, we rely on you guys to come into our district and bring something to the table to let us know what's going on, because we complaining and letting you know what's going on, but it's not being addressed.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Ms. Gloria Miller.
Oh my God, I gotta go fast, because I got a lot. And Mr. Bears, I did not call you. I haven't spoken to you in months. But I came down for the same reason you did tonight, Ottawa Towers. I want all the citizens to go on the Board of Commission meeting for May 17th. Watch it for yourself. Our own mayor is on there talking about how Ottawa Tower is going to be bought and the county is coming here. And I'm telling you, I was walking through my house, I almost fell. I'm like, really? Mayor, you never mentioned that. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I haven't been to a lot of meetings in a while. I haven't heard you say anything about all this stuff that's coming downtown. So now I understand why all this money being pumped downtown. Downtown. Oakland County is relocating down in Ottawa. They're getting rid of Ottawa Towers, and the deal is ticking as we speak, 60 days. So I guess that meeting was last Wednesday, May 17th. And I'm sitting there listening to my mayor. I'm like, what the heck? You know what I really want to say. Council, do you guys know anything about this? Ottawa Tower coming downtown and demolishing all that? And by the way, Mayor, who owns Ottawa Tower? Now, I heard what you said about the mayor. And by the way, that vote was 4-2, Mayor, I think you said. But I was the 2 that did not vote for it. So I want that to go on the record. With that being said, transparency. God is good. I keep saying this over and over and over. Pontiac is too small. We get everything, Bass. You can't run none of us. We've been in this game too long. You can't run anything past us. I haven't heard not one council member saying anything about that Ottawa Tower, about Oakland County coming downtown, demolishing part of the Ottawa Tower and the amphitheater. Mayor, what about the insurance of that current? Didn't insurance take care of that? I got to ask about that. Councilman Park, I want to throw. I asked the mayor. Somebody asked you because you are on the GERS board. What is the update on the GERS board? What are we doing? I ran into a couple of people in the grocery store. Said, what is going on? What's taking so long? What is the real deal? And I'm going to go to the cutting grass real fast. Mr. Elam, you know I used to work with you when I was on the council. I think their contract is $70,000. You should make it in 2 weeks. Because almost every dang near property in this city is growed up. Come into the hills. Start on Bay Street. It's a mess. It's terrible. And I hear all the family staying. But we live day to day in this city. Especially me, because I ain't got nothing else to do but ride it and work and look at it. And it's terrible. And then you're going to put Oakland County downtown. What's going to happen to the people in the neighborhood? What about us? What's going to happen to us, Mayor? I want to hear any of you council members explain to me who knew about that deal with our tower and didn't tell the citizens of Pontiac about this stuff. Oh, they making big changes. They finna widen out the street. It's gentrification.
All right, thank you. Mr. Chuck Johnson.
You know, I really wasn't going to comment tonight, but you know, this new, the new ordinance and resolutions that the city is bringing forward as it relates to pets and animals and so on and so forth. You know, years ago, I used to keep 5 horses in this city. I had 3 horses and 2 ponies on the south side of Pontiac for about 8 years. A lot of the kids used to come over there and ride them. I had no problem with that. And it came a time that I had to move them on and do something different. And, you know, when you look at the pets that people have, it may be excessive, but these pets that people have are their kids, and that's how they relate to them. And now it's coming a time when this government, for an example, is saying to the people, you no longer can have those chickens, or you no longer can have that many cats or whatever. I think what we should be looking at, for starters, if we're going to go this route, is to get rid of all these groundhogs that are just eating up the city, eating up the property. I mean, they really are doing a disservice to the city of Pontiac, and that's what we should be working on, is getting rid of those things. But I don't think that that Jack's people is going to have a great opportunity to try and get people to adhere to what the council and this administration is alluding to as it relates to cats, dogs, and whatever. I can understand it if it becomes a hazard or if it becomes a nuisance to violate a person in that respect, but to tell a person they got to get rid of their kids, you're going to catch hell. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. That concludes our public comment.
Was there anyone in the audience that wasn't called on that still wished to speak for public comment? Okay, yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Angela Webster. I live at 68 Lorraine Court. I just wanted to make a comment about the ordinance regarding chickens. And I believe it was brought up the limit of buying chickens. That is not a made-up thing. The 2 stores you can buy chickens at in Michigan, Tractor Supply Co., you have to buy at least 4 chickens, and Family Farm and Home, you have to buy at least 6 chickens. And I think the thing, obviously, I appreciate the clarification, and I think it is important that we're making sure people are being responsible with their animals. The thing with chickens is that they're also a food source, and that does provide fresh eggs for people. And also that something that wasn't brought up in the Planning Commission that is in the ordinance as proposed is a building fee permit for a chicken coop, as well as an annual fee for having chickens. And while I'm not opposed to any fees, I just think that those things can make it pretty cost prohibitive in for families who are trying to lower their food costs and food waste while having chickens. And that's it. Thanks.
All right. Hearing no final requests for public comment, that concludes public comment. And we are now at discussion items. Friends of the Pontiac Parks Junior Park Ranger Program Opportunity. Want to make sure that was on folks' radar. Councilman James, you want to briefly share the goods?
Yeah, basically, we just wanted to make everyone aware that the Friends of Pontiac Parks has written a grant, and we've got a grant for $54,000 to run a summer employment program. We're going to be hiring 25 Pontiac youth to work in our city parks, and we're calling them Junior Park Rangers. So I just wanted to make you aware that so if you have young people, high school kids who are interested, who love the outdoors, and who would be interested in working in our parks as goodwill ambassadors and as people to help us keep our parks beautiful and landscaped, please have them call. We're working with Michigan Works. The young lady who is working with us, her name is Mickey, let's see, I have it here. Miss Nikki Pearson. Her phone number is 248-276-1777. Or if you can't reach her, you can call me directly if you have a young person that might be interested in working as a junior park ranger in our parks this summer. My phone number is 248-425-4663. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful initiative.
Excuse me.
Yes.
The question was the age group. They have to be 16. So I've been asked that question because I know that the teens can get work permits at 15, but unfortunately, Michigan Works requires them to be 16. So you have to be at least 16 years old.
Roger that. Thank you very much for the initiative. It's a win-win in terms of enhancements to the capacity of our parks, but also a youth employment opportunity and enrichment opportunity as well. Yeah. Hearing no further discussion on that item, I just want to very briefly let the community know that Lighthouse, located in Pontiac, they received $250,000 a Housing for Everyone grant from TD Bank, and it was the only recipient organization from Michigan. So we wanted to make sure the community knew that good news and congratulate Lighthouse for winning that grant from TD Bank, which is a national bank, although doesn't have a big Michigan footprint. Any further discussion on that? All right, our final discussion item, Crystal Lake and South Boulevard and alleyway dumping concerns. Councilwoman Rutherford.
Yes, good evening. So for the totality of 45 days, there has been an issue, actually updated issue, let's go back to a year ago, about dumping in Crystal Lake and South Boulevard. We were the main news subject 2 weeks ago on Channel 7, and today I was called by Channel 2 to get an update, and yet the trash is still there. And now there's a commode in the alleyway. Jack also was called by the news. And so at some point, I have to start to ask, I know that you're going to say that you're doing the proper procedure, you went through the court, but now it's getting out of hand where there's actual toilets in the alleyway. Want to know, one, who is the community concern specialist and why hasn't that person dealt with it? Two, what are you going to do about the trash? Because I notified Jack when it first happened. Would that be correct, Jack? You can go to the mic. Thanks. Notified him when it first happened, nothing was done. Sent pictures, nothing was done. News came, nothing was done. And yet you passing all these other ordinances about everything else, and yet this trash in this alley, which has been there for almost a year, has not been picked up. And so I would like to know what this administration is going to do, because when the news called me tomorrow, I want a response to have one that's actual and truthful. There you go. Here you go.
So before Jack responds, I do just want to be clear that at least I personally only learned about this 2 weeks ago. And that's not to say that it hadn't been going on earlier than that. I believe you when you say that it has. But I learned about it 2 weeks ago, and I can tell you that our Code Enforcement Division has, in fact, been doing things about it. So when you say that they haven't been doing anything, that's just factually wrong. And you know that they've been doing things about it because our Code Enforcement Manager, McIntyre, has been in touch with you and has been informing you about what's being done.
So what I refer to... Okay, I'll wait. I'm going to get him. Go ahead.
And so what has happened is that we've taken the property owner to court. The property owner has not shown up in court. A default judgment has been entered against the property owner. We have issued fines and tickets against the property owner. And Code Enforcement Manager McIntyre can provide additional details. So please, Code Enforcement Manager.
Point of privilege.
Well, who wants to speak next? You were yielding to him.
I'm sorry.
He inserted himself before I could recognize it. So this is a discussion. We'll have a speakers list. Mr. McIntyre, would you like to be on the speakers list?
Sure.
For a first time, you were recognized.
So I agree with Councilman Rutherford. She did contact us right away as soon as she was made aware of it in her district. We sent someone out there initially to take pictures and then to serve an enforcement notice to the owners of the property. As the mayor said, we got no response. We issued a ticket right away to district court. They did not show up in court. Our process then is to institute a default judgment. The court does that. Default judgment has now been entered and has now been served on them. Usually the process will be less than 10 days from that default judgment that it will be back in front of the judge, and our goal would be to ask the judge for an order to abate the property. One thing I want to make really clear about this process, as frustrating as it is for me too. I'm not getting probably as many calls as you are, Councilwoman, but I get calls every day about that particular dumping that's going on, and I explain the process. When I came into this position, I quickly realized that prior to all of us being here, this is not how this was done. We were entering properties without the blessing of a court order. And I said right then and there, that's not how we're going to do this. We're going to do it consistently the same way with every property. This is the process that we follow. Unfortunately, it works better when they show up because we can enter into a stipulated plea agreement, get them to go on record to say it's going to be corrected in a certain amount of time. The one thing I will say is I had a conversation with our chief judge on Monday, particularly about this case without going into too many details because she is litigating the case. But one thing, by suggestion of the mayor, we had a conversation about this. One thing we're going to be entering into these orders is that if this same behavior occurs a second time, that we already have authority to enter the property. So we won't have to issue a second ticket. We could, but we already have on the record an order that allows us to go back in if we need to a second time or a third time. But I will say this, and I know you've had this conversation with your constituents, Councilwoman, there are people that are right in that area that are seeing who's dumping. At first, I didn't believe it was someone in Pontiac dumping. I really believed it was somebody outside of Pontiac that was coming in and dumping in that spot. I don't know for a fact who it is or who is not dumping. But if anybody has any information, the make of a car, the kind of car, a truck, whatever kind of vehicle is dumping those items over there, they now feel like that's a spot that they can dump. And a better ticket to issue would not be to the property owner who's, the receiver of that dumping, but it would be a more expensive ticket and a more appropriate ticket. Let's issue it to the person that's actually doing the dumping. So that's my talking point to that.
Councilman Nicholson.
So I understand when we have someone who dumps on city property in the right-of-way, things like that, that DPW is able to go out and abate right away and issue tickets. Is it, and I know the chief judge has been incredibly helpful, and we have a new prosecutor that's been really good. My question is there anything that we can do in some of these, what we feel are more emergent situations, rather than our typical 7-day to 7-day, just because some of these things, if somebody dumps, we had a dumping in Bodette Park and they're able to go out and handle it right away because it's city property. But because we've, really conferenced with the chief judge, is this 7-day piece what they're looking for to be able to issue judgments, or?
So typically we have our initial court date. If they weren't to show up and it became a default, there is an expectation of 10 days, a 10-day period of time before it comes back in front of the judge. One thing the judge has done recently, which we're very pleased about, is she's opened up her calendar to include more dates. And some of these show causes and also the return of these default judgments she's actually opened up an afternoon docket so we can expedite those as well.
Yeah, it just feels like, and I think we can adjust some of our issues with ticket fees and prices. So please do give us feedback about that as we're, getting closer to that part of budgeting. But it is from warning to ticket to court. And the time frame is just really, I can't. It's nice that, the chief judge is my neighbor in the district and she comes to all of our meetings and she can address these things directly to my constituents. But I think, everybody's dealing with the same issue, that it just doesn't feel reasonable to someone who has to live next to it.
I agree. There's the neighbor that lives right adjacent to it, I've spoken to several times, and I know she's very frustrated. I think initially this, it's a newer process that we're doing. In the past, as I said, we could schedule someone to go over there tomorrow and clean it up, but then the cost is going to be moved to the taxpayers instead of the property owner where it belongs.
Follow-up,
just one quick one. I wonder if, just based on how they're actually enforcing those fines and costs, if maybe the prosecutor, I don't know if that's proper, could come to our law in the courts meeting at some point, just so we can go through that fee schedule with them and they can give us their experience on how the court is actually enforcing those fines.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
Thanks. What is factual is that Jack knew 45 days. What is factual is that this is a community concern, no longer just my concern. What is factual is that we are being talked about as people who do not take care of our own. What is factual is that we gave you a budget to have a DPW department and or for code enforcement, and this is not done. What is factual is that this is affecting the quality of life in my district. So whether you didn't know about it, you know about it now. Whether it's not done because y'all got the ordinance, that's great. But that the bottom line is that it is not soft. So my passion should not be seen as conflict and or trying to be attacking you, sir. What I'm saying, sir, is that it's an issue in my district, sir, and it's been for 45 days, sir, and it needs to be done because every day, sir, I'm getting calls from my residents, sir, saying as if I am not doing it, when in fact, since day one, sir, I did it the proper way. I've sent pictures, I have sent emails, and when the news called me today, I said no comment, sir, to save our reputation, sir, because it's bigger than me, sir. So instead of you seeing it like I'm attacking you, sir, you should have answered the right question. Yes, I talked to Jack, but it didn't matter, sir, because it's a community concern, sir, and I yield to whoever you wanted to go to, sir.
Mayor Grimal.
I don't think you're attacking anybody. I think you're spreading misinformation because you said that nothing was being done when you know that Jack has been working on it and that things are being done.
What I am spreading, sir, is that
Councilman Carrington, did you have your hand?
No, I'm gonna pass.
Councilman Rutherford, for
When
the
I'm
third
saying-
time I will make this indulgence.
Thank
The
you.
third time.
When I'm saying-
Parliamentary procedure does require that you address comments through the chair, which is me.
Okay, so then
just
do the
that when
same
we
thing to
dial
him.
it down.
So do the same thing to him, because he did the same at first.
Yes.
If you're gonna call me out, call him out too. Call him out too, because he did the exact same thing. He interrupted while we were talking, and nothing was done. So if you're gonna hold these rules and regulations to me, you need to do it to him also.
Parliamentary procedure states that someone can speak up to 2 times. I will make the indulgence that you can continue. If he was going to be recognized again, I would give him the same preambulatory statement. Speak through me versus us throwing it at other people.
So let's not say it's misinformation, President McGinnis. Let's just say that this is an issue in my district. So I'll take it back that y'all not doing anything. What I will say is it's not done. How about that? Let's change it that way. So that's not misinformation. Is it done? Absolutely not. Is it affecting my district? Absolutely. Am I tired of getting calls about it? Absolutely. I'm tired of getting posting, emails, and phone calls. So this is an administration issue. This is no longer a District 1 Councilwoman Melanie Rutherford issue. Is that better? Thanks.
For this and any other discussions, we obviously allow a great deal of discretion to make sure things are run efficiently. Speaking without being recognition is out of order. That is not something that is discretionary. Other items, we will be discretionary, and obviously, if it's going to get more contentious, we will follow the rules that state that we will not be name-checking people individually or directing comments at individuals. You can go through the chair. Not that I want that, but that's them rules, so. Any further discussion on this discussion topic? Hearing no further discussion, we now are at is there a motion to adopt the resolution to proceed into closed session to discuss with counsel pending litigation in the matter of Sewell versus Pontiac et al., Oakland County Circuit Court, case number 2022-197253-NF. It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker, and specifically, we are dealing with Section 8E of the Open Meetings Act, MCL 15.268, subsection E, to review and discuss the above referenced matter of pending litigation. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
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 That motion carries. We're proceeding into closed session at 9:24 p.m. When we are done with closed session, we will vote to come out and continue the agenda as adopted. Is there a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Parker and seconded by Councilman Nicholson for, to come out of closed session. Hearing no discussion on the motion, if you're ready, Clerk Doyle, roll call on the motion to come out of closed session.
James. Yes. McGinnis.
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
Rutherford. Yep. 7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We are out of closed session at 10:03 p.m. Could I please have a motion to suspend the rules to take up immediately an item that is not already on the agenda?
So moved.
Support.
It is moved by Councilman Goodman, seconded by Councilman Parker, that we move to suspend the rules for that specific purpose. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Roll call on the motion to suspend the rules to take up an item not already on the agenda. Immediately, Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The rules are temporarily suspended for this specific purpose. So, could I please have a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing the city's legal counsel to proceed in the case of Sewell v. Pontiac et al. As discussed in closed session?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman. So there's pending litigation in the matter of Sewell v. Pontiac et al., Oakland County Circuit Court case number 2022-197253-NF. And in closed session, we discussed that pending litigation with the city's council and provided determination on how to proceed accordingly. And so with the adoption of this resolution, the council is authorized, the legal counsel is authorized to proceed accordingly. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption. Clerk Doyle.
Mickelson.
Yes.
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 Yes. That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We are at City Council Communications. You can see listed the many communications to amplify things happening in the community. Most immediately, though, we have our final budget hearing. Our special meeting on the budget for the City Council will be Thursday, May 25th at 5 o'clock p.m., focusing on the Department of Public Works and Recreation. And then we'll have a public hearing during our regular City Council meeting next Tuesday on the proposed budget and fee schedule. With that, Mayor's Office, your communications.
Thank you, President McGinnis. A few items. Number one, I want to make sure the public is aware that on May 25th of this week, there will be a virtual webinar explaining the details of the Pontiac Home Improvement Program. That's going to be, again, this May 25th from 12:30 p.m. to 2 p.m. in the afternoon. And for more information, you can visit pontiac.mi.us/home repair, pontiac.mi.us/home repair. Also, there will be a Memorial Day Remembrance Celebration and an opportunity to light a candle for a loved one on Thursday, this Thursday again, May 25th, from noon to 1 p.m. at the Ruth Peterson Senior Center. There will be an additional in-person Pontiac Home Improvement Program Town Hall on May 31st from 6 to 7:30 p.m. at the Bowen Senior Center. And there will be another Pontiac Home Improvement Program Town Hall, and this will again be an in-person town hall on June 2nd from 3:30 to 5 p.m. at the Ruth Peterson Senior Center. As a member of the public mentioned earlier this evening, there will be an expungement clinic and job fair put on June 3rd. That's a Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the United Wholesale Mortgage Sports Complex. That is being put on by the city's Anti-Violence Commission. So again, June 3rd from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the United Wholesale Mortgage Sports Complex. And lastly, in terms of announcements, there will be another opportunity to weigh in as members of the public regarding the Galloway Lake Park redesign project. This is a visioning session that will be occurring on June 12th from 6 to 7:30 p.m. And that will be right here at Pontiac City Hall, and light refreshments will be served. So come on out and let your voices be heard regarding the Galloway Lake Park redesign.
All right, Mayor Grimel, your closing comments.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, a few items as I want to make sure we're facilitating accurate information to the public. I know that there have been a few questions regarding Oakland County and their proposed move to our downtown. This is a proposed transaction that Oakland County is looking at entering into with a private party. It is not a transaction between Oakland County and the city. Oakland County is not, at least currently, proposing to obtain any city-owned property or buy any property from the city. Oakland County is seeking to buy privately owned property around the Phoenix Center. Ottawa Tower, Judson Tower, those office towers are privately owned. And so the city is not currently considering selling any city-owned assets in any way. That obviously is something that would require very careful consideration and deliberation. But Oakland County is looking at buying private property and locating potentially hundreds of employees in our downtown, which would be a huge plus for our community, for downtown. When the county long ago, back in the late 50s and early 60s, disinvested in our downtown by moving what ultimately became thousands of county employees out to no man's land on the far northwest periphery of the city. It very badly hurt downtown businesses by taking those potential shoppers, those potential lunch patrons out of our downtown. It very badly hurt downtown businesses and businesses in the city as a whole. Brooks Patterson then further added insult to injury by moving county employees, including the county executive's office, across the Telegraph into Waterford Township, and actually moving county employees, including the county executive position, out of Pontiac entirely. And so certainly having county employees come back to their roots in the heart of our city would be a huge plus for the community. It's something that I'm very excited about, and I think everybody who cares about our community and our city should be excited about. But that proposal does not involve the county purchasing any city-owned property. I want to be really clear about that. In terms of our youth recreation programming, we have had a really successful partnership with the school district the past 4 or 5 months, and we are proposing to continue that partnership over the summer and over the next couple of years. And our youth recreation manager, Tanisha Taylor, has been working very diligently in partnership with the school district to try to facilitate a continuing partnership along those lines so that we can continue to have youth recreation and enrichment programming at Pontiac School District school sites. So we're optimistic that we can continue that partnership. It's been a really successful partnership, and we do indeed hope that it continues. 404 Highland is a site that we have ticketed and cited for a variety of violations, and will continue to aggressively seek enforcement regarding those matters against 404 Highland. In terms of some of the comments that were made by members of the public about Pontiac historically being a dumping ground in a variety of ways, it's a sentiment that we too have been very concerned about, because historically many parts of the county have used Pontiac as a dumping ground of sorts, and we believe that we need to do everything in our power as a municipality to stand up for ourselves, to put proper common sense regulations in place so that Pontiac no longer remains this Wild West environment where slumlords and other bad actors can do whatever they want here. And so we're constantly fighting against that by ramping up our code enforcement efforts, as well as by proposing these additional ordinances and ordinance amendments to make sure that our city no longer is this dumping ground for the rest of the county and is no longer the Wild West. Lastly, I think someone asked why more funding was not being proposed to be spent on home improvements. As we discussed earlier this evening, we're proposing that $3.3 million be made available for homeowners in our community to improve their homes. But we also have a lot of other important priorities, and City Council approved a number of buckets of spending using ARPA dollars, including small business assistance, which is also very, very important, including workforce development programming, including investments in parks, investments in public safety, and investments in placemaking and housing, along with investments in cleaning our waterways here in the city. So we have a lot of needs, and we're trying to utilize our ARPA dollars in a way that addresses as many of those important needs and urgent priorities as possible. That's all I have, President McGinnis.
Deputy Mayor Stevens. Clerk Doyle. Councilman Rutherford.
One of my favorite comedians is Dolomite. And the reason why I love Dolomite is because he said it how he felt, and he made it very clear that when he said it, it wasn't about trying to attack people. It was trying to empower us to make different choices, to make different comments, and to look at things from a different aspect. In my district every day, I get about 10 to 15 calls about that alleyway. And so I'm going to say to you, as I've said to you before, I have called, I have emailed, I have asked. So that is an administration issue. The DPW is doing an amazing job. I never said they weren't. I'm talking about the frustration that my constituents feel about the alleyway. It does not have to get personal. It does not have to be argumentative. And if it came up that I was trying to attack the mayor, I apologize. But I will not apologize about an issue that is affecting people in my district, because we are the largest voting district in the city of Pontiac, and people need to remember that. At the end of the day, I am being told that I am not doing my due diligence when I go above and beyond, and it is frustrating me because I have the proof, I have the emails, I have the text message, if asked. Now, to not toot my own horn, toot, we are doing amazing things in District 1, and we will continue to do amazing things and have an open and honest, transparent dialogue with the administration. But when I am getting community concerns, which have absolutely nothing to do with me, I'm going to ask that the administration have their community concerns person deal with it, because that is not my job. My job is to vote for what is in the best interest of my district and to bring light to darkness. Now, I have a District 1 meeting on May the 27th from 3 to 5. Unfortunately, our great mayor will not be there. He already informed me, but he had no shade. He's going out of town, which ain't no problem for me. But we have speakers that's going to be there because it's important for us to hear the issues that are dealing with in my district. Number 2, if you need to reach me between the hours of 5 to 9, as I always give on my cell phone number, it is 248-390-0591. That is 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. because I'm always available. And as I said, Dolomite didn't always say it the right way. He didn't always say it the correct way, but he said it the real way. And on that note, I say good night.
Councilman Nicholson.
No closing comments.
Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. Just want to remind everyone that there will also be a Memorial Day celebration May 29th at 11 a.m. at Paramount Cemetery. I'm going to find out why they don't combine all these together, though. I think it needs to be, since we have the Civil War thing and thing. We've got a couple of them going on. Maybe we can get them all to combine and do all that together. Since the Civil War is what led up to Memorial Day, the beginning, might be a good idea. But just want to remind about there will be a more Memorial Day celebration at May 29th, 11 a.m. at Paramount. I've been asked to be their keynote speaker. That's how I know what's going on. And in relation to a question that was asked regarding the GERS is a public meeting, so if you really want to know what's going on, come on out and see. But the piece that I can tell you is that it has been delayed continuously by the CPRA board, I believe, because they wanted to get a new actuarial study. That is still right? They wanted to get a new actuarial study on the money that they already had an actuarial study done on. So it's been delaying the process, and so perhaps those who come to our meeting here can go to their meeting there and push the CPRA board to do what they need to be doing. Want to remind everybody that the District 5 CDC meeting for June has been canceled due to budget meetings. We will begin to meet promptly in July. I would ask, however, that if you plan on coming, you would come, because we do have guests who come, and it doesn't look well from the city perspective or from a district perspective that we have more guests coming to share information than we have members who come to hear the information. And with that, I'll say have a great evening.
Councilwoman James.
No closing comment, thank you.
Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, pretty quick due to time. I just want to thank the Brothers United for Change for coming into our meeting tonight. And they have a program called Man Up Program. It's a mentoring program for our young men. So definitely, I'd like to thank those brothers for bringing our youth into City Hall tonight. And good night.
Thank you. I want to wish Councilwoman for my closing comments, I want to wish Councilwoman Kathleen James a very happy birthday week. It is an honor and a privilege to.
Thank you.
And it's an honor to serve alongside you, and it was a real treat to be able to cheer you on at the Pontiac Community Foundation 5-year anniversary gala for a very, very well-deserved award. You are an inspiration for how one can and will make a difference, and you motivate me to keep going.
Thank you.
Hearing no further motions or discussion, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilman Nicholson, that we adjourn this evening's meeting. Hearing no discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Parker,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We stand adjourned at 10:20 p.m. Thank you all.